Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Hello and welcome to Apex Racing TV, and we are live for Champion Motorsports iRTES. It's round 4 from Twin Ring Motegi in Japan, and well, what a circuit this is. Of course, the oval, sadly, no longer in use today after an earthquake that caused fractures in the circuit. That's just purely down to the road course, and well, we've got a treat in store for today. DH, LMP2 and GT3. Just to whet the appetite. Qualified not far away. I'm Tim Cox, joined by Owen Carroll. Got Samuli Kume in the virtual protection trailer. Owen, welcome along. The LMDH professional, but the numero uno when it comes to these cars on iRacing. I mean, the Cadillac's such a great addition, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. The Cadillac is a very good addition to iRacing with that beefy V8, of course, that everyone's very familiar with, and a very strong car as well. Obviously, the BMW and the Cadillac conversation is a big one in our racing prototype world right now, and at a track like Motegi, yeah, the Cadillac might seem stronger than the BMW so far, with the slower nature of the corners here, and the Cadillac having a more front weight distribution, giving it a bit more of a twitchy front end around these slower corners, helping it around it as well. So yeah, you might see the Cadillac pretty strong here this weekend.
Well, they're in pretty, they're outnumbered by the DMWs, aren't they? As you can just see the Penguin RC simulation. That's one of, well, 2 that have joined the session. This is the only one set time so far. The other one being the We Too Fast Racing, however, that's yet to set a time, so not sure if they're going to make the race or not. Well, we love an underdog story. What can they do? Currently 6th in practice, but of course that doesn't really mean too much of proceedings. And then, of course, the effervescent LMP2, and then of course GT3, a category that's so large that we all know and love as all. The BMW's going for a bit of a spin there. That's the organisation project. Rager currently in the car in practice at the moment, but you want to get those over and done with out the way before you get into qualifying and certainly into racing. I mean, incidents in endurance racing, Owen, so crucial that you just don't have any, because if you don't, you can just really elevate yourself up through the standings, even if you're not necessarily the quickest car in the class.
Yeah, for sure. Any instance, especially at a track like this, which is kind of tight and technical as well, any instance will cause massive problems for the guys behind and also create more traffic, creating more slow laps for you, and obviously making your race a living hell as well. So staying out of them instances for yourself and hopefully getting out of instances from other people is going to be crucial at a track like this as well, where it's all kind of tight, one-line kind of track. So multi-class is going to be a big trouble here with instances as well. So yeah, like an action-packed race of traffic is definitely what we've got in store for this Sunday.
Well, I'll tell you what, with that in mind, well, let's merely pick a car out of someone who's starting for a lap. And should we go for a bit of a flying lap and use your expertise and knowledge to take us around? Well, there you go. He's picked out an LMDH.
Yeah, it is. We come around to turn one. They kind of want to take a double apex here, not getting on the throttle too early, and there we go. Straighten out the car as much as you can. Benefit the straight line speed. Of course, it's a lot of straights here to use. Bring it back over to the right-hand side. Find your braking point around the 70-meter board. Slamming on the brakes as hard as you can. Flick it into the left-hand side. Early apex. Oh, Archie misses apex there a little bit and drives into the grass, and there's a spin. Unfortunately for Archie there, so commentator's curse for him. But you can see how easy it is to make a mistake at a track like this, where it's so tight, no real camber to the car as well, and the tracks as well, so it's going to be very difficult to try and nail that here today. As you see, Nolan Kinslow for Simmons versus Orange comes in fourth practice so far as he's coming through into this very, very tricky section here of the track. Very slow section as well. Tries to find a very late apex, which works very well. Gets a nice exit there as well. Climbing up the gears through the right-hander, which is obviously flat out in this car. Go all the way to the left-hand side. Bring back over to the right. Braking just as the curve comes into effect. So slow moving on the H in front, but doesn't bother him too much as he hits the apex. Another apex there on the right-hand side. Drifting out again to the left-hand side. Bring it back over to the right. Very flowy nature of this track. Braking hard here for this kind of hairpin nature corner. Late apex. Bring it all the way to the right, get as much straight line speed as we possibly can do. Bring it back over to the left-hand side again. Nice flowy nature of the track here. Really late on the brakes. Spin it round over to the right-hand side. Not hit it too early apex. Into gear one. Slamming down the throttle very late in the corner there as well. And now really dragging out these gears as much as you possibly can to get the most out of the engine performance all the way down this hill here. As we find our braking point around about 100-meter board, downhill braking, maximise the brakes as much as you can. Really early apex here. Get on the throttle as soon as you can with the camber nature. Go back over to the right for the uphill left-hander. Brake a little bit technical here. Over to the left, back over to the right. Slow it down just enough, which he has done very well there. Into gear 2, shifting up into gear 3, and that is a lap of Motegi with Nolan Kinslow.
And in terms of the hybrid deployment and managing that, we've got 3 hours of racing to do. I'd imagine it's a bit more trickier compared to one of the official series, even so like ESS being an hour long. And how much is that going to come down to how the drivers have managed it? Or around the circuit like Twin Ring, we've got bigger braking areas. Is it maybe a bit easier because you can harvest it a bit easier?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it all depends on how they've set these cars up, right? So if they've set them up really, really soft, it can be really easy to try and harvest more energy because you're braking at a more higher percentage than the cars that's likely to lock up, so you're harvesting more energy. You can use it all the way down the straights. But if your setup is a bit more stiff, you're less likely to be on that maximum brake percentage and harvesting less energy throughout the race. Your straight line speed is going to be a little bit diminished compared to others, but you mainly want it to be sitting in balance all the way through this race. And of course, at the start of the race, if you can use attack mode down the straights to try and get your opponent rather than using the draft, then that is very important as well. But making sure that you're really saving in them higher braking zones, especially behind someone, braking a little bit earlier than them to get the straight line speed with the energy as well is very crucial.
There we go, that's why you pay the big bucks. I had no idea about the car setup and how that would affect the harvesting. There you go. Pro tip there for you from Oving Carroll, most certainly. We've got how much long we've got left? About just under 10 minutes left in practice before we get stuck into qualifying. 15 minutes, 2 laps, and the Sim Republic SR3 car. The LP2 just in the wall there, and not exactly where the place you're going to want to be. Certainly going to be tricky to rejoin the early stage of the race there. But let's just talk about the championship standings in mentioned about LMDH. Well, it's not far off in terms of how they are in the practice sessions, how they lie. Sibian Racing leading the championship only by 3 points is the 13 car over Penguin RC Simulation. They're second in class. RD Simsport 2, they're beating the sister team of RD Simsport by 1 solitary point, currently third and fourth respectively for those two. There's the Pneumatic Motorsport, We Too Fast, Sim HQ, Static Adrenaline, Championship Motorsport Pro, they're 8th, with 9th and 10th being the organisation and Sattler Racing Gemini, and Tupai Racing being the last point-scoring team in LMDH. In LMP2, however, let's have a little quick loss to there. We have got Tempest, there we go, some official graphics now, all the more better, 105 points. Tempest really started to dominate things, 20 points even clear of 104. Longhorn Racing 2, only 3 points behind in second. It's really tight between themselves, and then Sim HQ only further 2 points behind, with Blue Shell only 1 point behind them on 79 in fifth. So that's incredibly tight, with 12 points then in fact covering Sim Republic in sixth. So second very much up for grabs in the championship standings. Then we've got RD Sim Sport 3 who was seventh, Penguin RC and the organisation Amateur 7th, 8th and 9th respectively for those 3 cars. Across into GT3 now. Battle of the manufacturers as always. It's RD Sim Sport 4 leading the way on 105 points. They find themselves quite a considerable margin at this stage of the championship already, ahead of Tempest Sim Sport 101. They're on 92 points in second. Tupai, they are third in class right now with Sim Racing PR. Well, equaled on points there for that last place on the podium in the championship standings. So it's back pain and eye strain. Penguin RC, Imperial on 70 and 7th, and marginally above average. Team Breakfade and Valhalla going to round out the top 10 in GT3. This is what I love about GT3, especially when we've always got an array of manufacturers: BMW, Lamborghini, Audi, Ferrari, Porsche, Mercedes. They're pretty much all here, other than the Ford because nobody drives it, and the McLaren, well, that's always a bit treacherous, good, especially in the enduro events. But which one are you looking forward to most seeing? For me, it's going to be the new Porsche as well, isn't it, to iRacing?
Yeah, of course, the new Porsche. Yeah, the new Porsche is going to be definitely very strong. Of course, the BOP has heavily favoured that car for everyone to spend their money on it, and it's definitely worked because it is very strong and very nice to drive as well. I've driven it a few times here. But not here at the track, but just in general in iRacing as well. So it's definitely going to be a car to watch this race. But of course, RD Sim Sport 4 with, just a class of their own almost, winning, well, all 3 races so far, back-to-back, and qualifying first as well, back-to-back as well. So, yeah, they're definitely going to be super, super strong in that BMW. But, yeah, I definitely look at the Porsche today. And maybe some of the Audis as well. The Audis seem very strong at a track like this as well. So maybe someone could take the kind of Grand Slam style that RD Sim Sport 4 has put on in GT3 so far away from them.
And talking about that BMW as well, I know it's been around for a little bit now in iRacing. It gets a bit of a bad rep for being a bit soulless, gutless, it's not very exciting. It's not a screaming V10 like you've got the Lambo or the Audi. It's not got the straight line speed that the Ferrari's got. It's not got the driver engagement that the old Porsche had, and obviously certainly with the new BOP for the new 992 Porsche 911 GT3. The Mercedes, you've got that deep 50 cal soundtrack and that grumbling V8 that just makes it so iconic. But it's really good over the curbs and it's so easy to drive. I know you've got plenty of experience from driving in BMW Sim Cup against them. I mean, in some ways, it's such a great car, isn't it? Just for ease of access into GT3.
Yeah, for sure. The BMW is a super solid car to drive, and it's not really too dangerous in places. Front engine, but the body of it is massive and it's quite tall as well, so it makes it a fairly comfortable car to drive. As you said, over curves, it's fairly compliant as well with that higher nature of the car and a bit more weight to it. It kind of complies with it a little bit more compared to the Porsche, which kind of pops over it and kind of gets a little bit unsettled here and there. But the BMW is just a very, very flowy and a natural car to drive in GT3. There's definitely a strong one out there as well, which is why RD Sim Sport 4 has definitely chose it for their car of choice. And as we said, the Porsche's super strong as well, but maybe the BMW has a little bit of the edge over them with this front end nature of the car, having the beneficial aspects of the slower corners as well. But maybe the Porsche can surprise us today. But I'm highly certain that the BMW of RD Sim Sport 4 will definitely be on top today.
Yeah, it's amazing, really, because it's always stuck around, so popular for that drivability, as you say, in any of the endurance events. There's always BMWs knocking around the top echelons of the championship and the standings. It's always thereabouts. Of course, just seeing the new Porsche there previously, and the design philosophy that's not changed a lot since its inception. And certainly marginal differences, certainly to the average viewer, between the previous version and the current 992 generation that we've got here in iRacing. And there is your leader in practice right now, as Owen rightly mentioned, so dominant in the championship so far, the RD Sim Sport 4 machine. can Steve Mello. I mean, I've seen Steve Mello for quite a while now. The Frenchman, he's strong pretty much everywhere, and you can see why they're top of the standings right now. And can he carry them to, well, another pole and another victory here in the Championship Motorsports iRTES? Well, we haven't got too long to find out, indeed. And should we talk about LMP2 now? We haven't really spoken about them too much. You know, a car that's, well, it's weird. It's still popular. Maybe just sunk a little bit of popularity of late, of course, with the LMP3 coming along. But a few drivers, you know, have started to get used to after the initial struggles of the way the BOP changed these cars, made heavier and a little bit slower as well.
Yeah, I mean, these cars have definitely changed from when they were first introduced, and yeah, it's definitely a different challenge now to drive these cars. Before, it was mainly just pushing it to its absolute limit and really driving it on the edge of the grip, but now it's more about being really, really smooth, and again, finding that flow nature with the car is super, super important now. Of course, pushing it to its limit is obviously how you get the time out of it, but it's more of a case of really balancing that car's new weight as well. It's made it so much, as you mentioned, so much heavier now as well, so really trying to balance that momentum from corner to corner is definitely a lot more difficult now than it was before. So it's definitely a new challenge and an exciting challenge for drivers, and it's definitely made it more comfortable for people to drive, as it's not really on the edge anymore. It's, as I said, more natural and floaty now. But yeah, it's definitely a competition for drivers that are wanting to not really give their all with the LMDH and not really be on the edge of the brakes and the energy deployment, but a nice comfortable car to drive that kind of incites a different challenge in them.
It's going to be a fascinating one for me, this one, Owen, because obviously it's been so popular for quite a while now, LMP2. Obviously it's died, as I mentioned, died off a little bit due to LMP3 coming along. However, it's going to be interesting long term, you know, a year's time. Are we going to see a rejuvenation in, and probably even more, you know, of a growth in drivers driving this, where they've got that natural progression now the LMP3's come along, you know, drivers stepping up into the LMP2, and then maybe, you know, stepping, like you say, a step further with the, you know, into the LMDHs, where they're that bit easier and not as complicated as what the LMP1s were. I mean, those things were an absolute minefield, and a lot of your lap time came from the way you managed that hybrid deployment. I think it's going to be really fascinating to see how these categories develop in the long term on the iRacing service.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've really developed really nicely now, as we see the Cadillac right here going out for qualifying of Jack Chrissy there. Yeah, it's definitely growing, and prototypes are definitely getting more known in iRacing, which is you know, always a good thing for me. But it's always used to be GT3 this, GT3 that, peak up this, peak up that. But now prototypes are getting more of a big name, and that's great to see. And it's great to see more diverse racing in terms of the competition and different challenges out there for drivers as well. So it's great to see the prototypes coming in more and more. And hopefully we see more LMP2s and more LMDHs, and even some more LMP3s in iRacing racing as well.
Definitely. I can't wait for it whatsoever. I'm an absolute avid sports car lover, and it's great to see. Definitely indicative of what's happening in real life with the growth of top class sports cars, and of course the change from GTE to GT3. As you mentioned, qualifying just getting underway right now. Who's going to claim pole position out of the grid? And just getting a little weather update there from Samuli. And well, it's a warm one, isn't it, here in Japan? Currently, 10 to 3 in the afternoon local time. 83 degrees Fahrenheit in ambient temperature for those the metric persuasion. That's 28 Celsius, but the track temperature, that's more the crucial one for me, Owen. 101 Fahrenheit, that's 38 Celsius. That could, I mean, surely that's going to prove a little bit treacherous in terms of tyre management.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely not the highest track temp I've ever seen, but it's definitely a hot one for a track like this as well, and especially a track that depends on that kind of flowy nature of the slower corners, and it can really push the tyres to its limits as well. So it's going to be very crucial for these drivers to really slow themselves down in some aspects as well, and really manage the tyres, especially in these kind of corners, which Christian Youngwolf are going to do simulations going through right now as well. Definitely not overshooting the corners, particularly in LMDH as well, because overshooting them is going to be definitely detrimental to your tyre wear, as we see Christian going for a lap here in LMP2. Oh, nice and squatty on the exit there. As I said, the mass making it a little bit more floaty for these cars, and definitely seeing that now with the rear end going a bit loose. But as we see, going on lap on board with Christian Youngwolf into turn 1, opens up the entry nice and, well, neatly there. Takes the first apex, goes into the second one, nice and early on the throttle as well, bleeding off to the left-hand side. And Christian Youngwall, a very talented driver in this car as well. He took a second place last time out in Le Mans as he brakes on the 70-meter board. Very, very late here for him. First apex, similar to the corner before, a little bit more throttle this time round as the corner opens up on the left-hand side. Being back over to the right-hand side, bring as much engine power as you possibly can, shifting as late as possible, bring it over to the left-hand side, braking just before the 50-meter board. Tries not to overshoot it there, does a brilliant apex there just on the right-hand side. Brings over to the left, a nice flower section here for the right-hander. Keep it as little steering angle as possible, paint the straightest line you can across. And here we go, nice and treacherous for here. A little bit of dab on the brakes just to flick the rear end round, same thing here, dab on brakes just to flick the rear end. Use a little bit of engine braking, keep it in second gear, goes a little bit too deep, runs into the grass, maybe it might be an off track, but it could be okay. Takes a very early apex there and gets the rear all loosely around there as well. I think he's trying to bring this lap home as comfortably as he can, but again, he has a long time to do it, 15 minutes here in qualifying today, so lots of opportunities in the MP2. Does tend to get a little bit quicker on lap 2, but can drop off a lot as well, so you may end up resetting here, but still a good lap nonetheless. As you see, Michigan Motorsports red put a time on the board. This comes down to the braking zone for the final sector here, very downhill braking, very treacherous. Gets the apex, a bit too much curb usage there, gets the rear a little bit too much. As he goes around the left-hand side, again, flicking to the right is where he lost the rear end last time. As you can see the time, like I said, takes it super easy on the exit. And that's a lap with Christian Young. Where's that going to put him on the time compared to Temper Simsport? It's going to put him... Oh, it didn't count, so maybe that off-track that he had...
Yeah, deleted the time.
Yeah, deleted the time.
Yeah, so, well, luckily, the drivers do have 3 laps available to them in qualifying, so will help. So, at the moment, we've got BMW on pole in LMDH. That's going to RD Simsport 2, with Cadillac sharing the front row with them. That's Nate Stewart on board for Penguin RC Simulation. There it is. If you can't see it, you can definitely hear that thunderous V8 inside that caddy. Again, Nate Stewart hold on to that front row, and well, to be fair, there's 2 Cadillacs inside the top 3, with the other being the We2 Fast Racing machine. That's also in 3rd right now. These 2 a little bit off pace, 7/10 off RD Simsport 2 in MDH. BMW is about RD Simsport 4 on pole there by attempt. Steve Mello in the car for them in the BMW, and right now we're looking pretty similar in terms of GT3 qualification as we were in practice, and not a lot changed between them.
No, for sure. I mean, at the end of practice, you more want to get your qualifying laps in and start to really prep what you're going to do in queue. So I kind of expected the practice times that we saw at the end of practice to be what we're having now in qualifying. And again, there's still more time to come through as we see Motegi Motorsports Orange get the closest time that we've seen. Never mind, We2 Fast Racing only 700ths away from iRacing Sport 2, so the Cadillac really showing its power here. We2 Fast Racing, all the credit in the world, that they haven't been up there too much, so it's great to see them in P2 right now, not too far away from iRacing Sport 2. We've had a great season so far here in this championship, so great to see them. As iRacing Sport 1 sets the bar another level higher, going 7/10 quicker than their sister team in iRacing Sport 2. Archie Coveney, a very talented MDH driver, along with Oscar as well in that car, so great to see them on the top again. We just have to wait and see what Obsidian in Racing Future do, and they've really put a lap in. P5 so far for them, 8/10 off, but maybe they might just be asking a little bit of energy, maybe a mistake in the lap that went wrong. And again, as you said, 3 laps to go, so you can always just put 1 lap behind you and go again for another flyer as well. And I'm sure there's going to be many times that are close to iRacing Sports car, mainly because the LMDH category has had the most diverse people get on podiums. We've had Obsidian Racing Future, Penguin RC Simulation have a win as well. iRacing Sport picking up some podiums here and there, so really great diverse kind of grid here we have in the DH. Can't say the same for GT3, of course. iRacing Sport 4 dominating it so far, as we've mentioned, as Steve Mello puts in another lap again. Has a few purple laps in there, but only 5,000 slower than what he did before, so very consistent there for Steve Mello, as we should expect from him by now as well. But yeah, great to see that there's more diverse people going up there, and the Cadillac showing that they have a good form as well.
Well, it's going to be fascinating to see who skewers that one. We have a Cadillac on the front row with a BMW. Always love that diversity. Talking of diversity right now, it's BMW and Lamborghini sharing the front row in GTD. With this car being the Sim Racing PR, currently lying second, and well, Temper Simsport in the Audi lying third. They're on a strong lap, currently lying third right now. They're just shy of 4 tenths off the provisional polls here at RD Simsport as a bit of a change around there in LMDH as well. Subsidian going second. Times definitely tumble. The deeper we get into qualifying, drivers starting to throw more and more at it. As we've had just keeping half an eye on Sim Republic. They're on their final lap. And so far, they've had both their lap times deleted. So keep an eye out for them and whether they can manage to get a time on the board, although they could be starting from the back as things stand. As they're coming around to the back. Ooh, that's had a bit of an incident, hasn't it? That's the Organisation Pro. And that's the, well, that's one of our cars done in qualifying. The Wild Juice Racecraft Porsche done and dusted. CMSRacing.com Pro even in the BMW. They've got up to 7th in LMDH. They're done and dusted qualifying now. As the organisation, they're finally getting a lap in right at the depths to go 10th, last in class. But the only way is up, definitely, for them. Now, this is looking promising. Look at that purple sector for Sim Republic SR Frio. And as they come across the line, what is it going to be? This feels like it's going to be a good lap. And, well, there you go. Good enough for 4th in class. Well, it's all about plucking out when, you know, it comes to, when you need to, and getting the job done, definitely. Just like Obsidian Racing Future are with Valero right now.
Yeah, Juan Valero, very talented driver on the since so far in the championship. Loads of purple sectors coming through here. What's the time going to be? It's going to be a 37.307, so a new provisional pole sitter for LMDH, and it seems like that is going to be it for our drivers in LMDH. I think there's one more LMDH to go, Jared Bridwell, but it doesn't seem like he's on the lap to challenge that of Obsidian Racing Future so far. But yeah, great stuff to see that Obsidian Racing Future and RD Sport are battling out once again, but really impressive to see that LMP2 is really close as well. 3 drivers within a 10th of each other. Of course, Penguin RC Simulation having 3 cars in all categories as well. And thanks to Penguin RC Simulation for sponsoring the series. And of course, you can check out their website at penguinrc.com, where they offer button boxes and other sim racing peripherals to add to your rig. So definitely go check them out. And thanks to them for sponsoring the series. And good to see that they are in P3 and in P2, only a 10th behind the leading car of Tempest Simsport.
Good thing about Penguin RC as well, long-time sponsors of this championship as well, so great to have them, as you say, on board and returning yet again, sponsor this great series. It always provides enthralling racing. So just seeing Kevin Ayers of CMSRacing.com Ghost come across the line. Any improvement there for him? Not too much. They're going to be starting 11th in class. Definitely not at the back, but interesting to see how that Lamborghini comes through the field during the race of the 233 machine. As that's the Organisation Pro. LMDH coming into the pits. They're done and dusted. So just looking at it, we've only got 1 car left to go in qualifying. That's the Sim Republic SR3 machine. If Zach Broderick currently in the car for them, the 116. There they are. So let's have a look whereabouts. So they aren't, well, they're only just starting this lap, aren't they, Owen? So still plenty more time to find time in their lap, as they're currently like 4th in class right now. And as you said, that those margins incredibly slim in LMP2. So easy but hard in some ways on the other side of the coin to try and make up that time.
Yeah, of course, especially Motegi in this car, as I said before, it's all about that flow nature that you can grab, especially for this sector as well. If you can have a nice flow and smooth nature with the car, your lap times will increase massively as well. So, yeah, we saw that he put some purple sectors in there, especially for the last sector as well. So hopefully this lap can be a good run for him, as it seems pretty neat entirely so far. But of course, LMP2 today, not our strongest category, with only 5 cars racing today. And as you can see, Longhorn Racing 2 being 2 seconds off pole. But the rest of them being only separated by 2 tenths as well, and see if Zach can bring that down even closer, or even have a new pole position time as well. But with LMP2, it does get slower as the stint goes on, so maybe this isn't the lap that he would want to get with the kind of older used tyres here, but nonetheless, we'll see what he can do around the final sector, which he brings into the pits, and my point is now proven correct.
There you go. It's almost like you know what you're talking about, Owen, really, isn't it?
Almost, yeah.
Yeah. Definitely so. Well, that's just done and dusted in qualifying. Not setting times where Blue Shell Racing in LMP2 and the marginally above sim racers, sorry, marginally above average sim racers, Chad Dick in the GT3 Porsche for them. So they will be starting from the back of their respective classes. I mean, other than that, I mean, some strong times out there. Just waiting for qualifying to come to an end right now. I mean, in terms of the race ahead, opening lap, it's all about track position, just trying to get up places, or do you think maybe just playing a bit safer and just betting into the race?
Or if you're someone like Archie and P2 and MDH, you're kind of wanting to more harvest your energy, especially through these long braking turns as well. If you have an opportunity to send it on the Obsidian Racing Futures car, you should definitely take it, because it's always best to be leading, especially in a track like this, rather than following behind as well. So if Archie can find the gap, definitely send it. If not, then take his time, save his energy, wait until around about lap 5, where the energy starts to kind of balance itself out. Really go on that brake pressure a lot more, and yeah, try and harvest a bit more, and try and get him down the straights, which will be crucial in this track as well. So yeah, you kind of want to be focusing on more track position, especially for traffic, because traffic can make a big difference, especially with the amount of GT3s we have here so far. 15 GT3s compared to like 10 MDHs, for example. So it's really going to cause some issues for people out there today. So if you can get as best track position as you can, maybe if Archie can put his car in first, it will give him the best beneficial line for traffic as well. So yeah, if I was Archie, I'd be wanting to get in front as quick as I can, but if you couldn't find the gap, then just try and be as close as you possibly can to him when traffic arrives.
And talking about that traffic as well, this is one of the circuits where there's certain parts where it's so easy to overtake them, but there's places where you can really get held up, namely through the complex turn 7, 8, and 9. You then also got, through the back of the circuit, the last 3 corners, 11, 12, and 13. That it could be where you win or lose the race potentially.
Yeah, for sure. That could definitely be, as in practice and qualifying, it's caught many people out as well, whether it be in traffic or by themselves as well. So yeah, definitely that last sector is a place where mistakes can definitely be made, and the track is filled with grass and weird bumps here and there as well. So it's definitely going to catch some people out, and I think we're going to definitely see that today.
It's going to be really fascinating to see how that one plays out. Just the last few dying seconds left in qualifying before we tick over into the race. As I mentioned earlier, 3 hours of racing coming up for you from Twinring Motegi in Japan. And who is going to take victory? Well, we do not have long to find out and get underway. Who's going to be crowned victorious here? It's going to be walking home with, well, plenty of smiles on their face. He's going to be walking away with a few bits of disappointment as everyone lines up behind the safety car. Let's take you through your grid on pole. It's a Sibian Racing Future. Valeria's going to start for them with RD Sim Sports joining them on the front row, and all BMW front row. Row 2, that sees Gerald Bridwell in the RD Sim Sport 2 machine, alongside the first of our Cadillacs, being We2 Fast Racing. In row 3, that's Sim HQ Motorsport Orange and Penguin RC Simulation. The second of the 2 Cadillacs there in 6th place. Then it's Cameron Barker of CMSRacing.com Pro and Pneumatic Motorsport make up row 4. Row 5 into round 8 top 10 is Static Adrenaline and the Organisation Pro. Row 6, that's going to see, well, our first of LMP2 on the front row there, Tempest Simsport and Sim HQ. Row 2 in LMP2 is Penguin RC Simulation and Sim Republic SR3. Row 3 into round at LMP2, that's Longhorn Racing 2 and Blue Shell Racing. Of course, Blue Shell not setting a time in qualifying, so see whether they join us. Well, I could have confirmed, actually, yes, they definitely will be. So they're starting from the back in the 19 machine. Nick Coon's going to be in the car for them. Into GT3, Steve Mello, well, another pole position for RD Sim Sport 4 in the BMW. And that locks out with Sim Racing PR in the Lamborghini. Row 2, another new manufacturer, it's Audi in third of Tempest Sim Sport. They're joined by 2Pi Racing Team. Row 3, that's Back Pain and Eye Strain alongside Team Brake Fade. Row 4, that sees Dog Bear Black line up next to Imperial Motorsports, with Dog Bear being our only Ferrari in the race. Next row being row 5 and around out the top 10 is Penguin RC Simulation and Valhalla Motorsport. Row 6 is CMS.com Racing Ghost, with Wild Juice Racecraft making up the row 6. Row 7 all by themselves, but the only way is up for Chad Dick of the marginally above average Sim Racing team. Whew. I mean, plenty of potential for this to have a different manufacturer in each step of the podium in GT3. That's going to be fascinating to find out. Oh, we've got 3 different manufacturers right there, but let's get ready to go racing from Motegi. Round 4 of the championship as Obsidian control the pace. As we are waiting for them to get across the line, going late there. As we agree that we are away and just getting caught up there with static adrenaline. And I do wonder, Owen, maybe if they picked up a penalty, it was before the line though. They had to really check up, and a lot of the field did as they were not expecting it. LMP2, they're getting away right now. And Penguin just sneaking through there in the early stages, getting themselves up into second. Just keeping half an eye back to GT3. They've got, oh no, that's the RD machine. Which one is that? That's the RD Sport 2 car from what, third?
Yeah, RD Sport 2, the great start, obviously capitalising from their team's mistake of going too early there as well. But yeah, losing it at a very interesting place there actually. It's not a place where you typically lose this car at all. So maybe there's a bit of contact there with maybe his teammate as well. You see Steve Mello leading the way of GT3, a very comfortable start for GT3 so far. And Steve Mello obviously taking the way by storm as well. Not too much as we expect so far, but as you see the manufacturers behind Lamborghinis, Audis, and more BMWs and Ferraris coming through the field there as well. That's not the lead for them as we see a BMW back penalised Stream Racing team getting into the back of the Ferrari and having a loop around at the hairpin as well. It's a shame for them to lose out so many positions at the start of the race, jumping down 7 so far for them. So it's a shame for them. Maybe they can keep it with the Lamborghini behind them. Long Racing lose out to them with the left hand as well. So they're going to be definitely very annoyed. It's Vincent Marsh there. Shame to see him lose it like that. And yeah, we'll see what they can do for the rest of the race. We see a replay here of what happened to Jared Bridwell into this corner. Maybe he hit the grass in the exit, maybe? I don't think that would have caused the issue. Oh, maybe it did, just too loose on the throttle there. So the rear was definitely way too loose for him to do that for sure, but that's an interesting place to lose it so early on.
Cold tyres maybe coming into play with a little bit with that one?
Perhaps, yeah. Obviously, you have so much engine and battery power as well to use it that maybe it just couldn't cope with it, spun up the rear wheels, and that was it for them. But yeah, as we see Vincent Marsh being a victim to new damage model, tapping at the rear end when your car goes spinning around if you go too quick into the rear end of the Audi there. That's a shame for them. But maybe, you know, not too much damage for him. He can pick his way through. We've seen that the car has good pace with qualifying as well. So I'm sure Vincent can put off a good stint here to start off the race. But yeah, shame for the iRacing Sport 2 car that currently sits in the pit lane. Of course, just having the faster pair as well. And getting all fueled up and stuff like that as well. But yeah, I think that's that race over with the strategy.
Here we go, 3 wide into turn 1. It's going to get tight. And they still remain 3 wide mid-corner and on the exit as well. And somehow, just about, they make it through. But it's the backpain and eye strain racing team BMW there that just comes off the worst, as it led pretty much coming into the corner, only just by, well, the front splitter pretty much. And in the end, out third in this train between themselves and Longhorn in the Lamborghini and Wild Juice Racecraft in that Porsche, who's now in the middle. And then on top of it, well, we've got the RD SimSport hypercar starting to come through. And this is treacherous because there's no blue flags there to help them out, Owen. And this part of the track, they're going to have to get their elbows up if they want to make some progress and try and haul themselves at least to try and remain in contact and remain on the lead lap here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for Jared to pick his way through. Of course, he's not really fighting for much anymore. Again, strategy's kind of out the window. He's definitely not in contention for a big place here today. So he's going to try and make his way through, obviously, as quick as he can to try and capitalise on anyone else's demise, which might happen here today. Yeah, so they'll be careful with these GT3s not to cause them issues where there's no real need to as well, which he's doing quite well at the minute of doing. Picking his way through nice and orderly, and the GT3s aren't really suffering due to it as well. So yeah, it seems to be fairly comfortable here in traffic so far, but I believe that won't be the case when the full field comes through.
And in terms of that battery deployment in this sort of situation, just stick it in attack mode and just go for it until you've cleared all the GT3s.
You definitely want to keep in balance for the whole entire of this. Maybe even in build as well, because there's no need to have that extra straight line speed on them, because you can get them in the corners, or you can get them in the straights with just the engine power itself as well. So yeah, you may as well try and use this opportunity to save as much battery as you possibly can. Of course, it's still very early in the race, so he's got to save so much as you see. Back in National Racing Team, spin off again with the Porsche following with them of Wild Juice Racecraft there as well. So it must have been a contact between the two of them. Vincent Marsh obviously being quite hot-headed there as well. A replay of what happened coming to you now. Must have been down the inside of Vincent Marsh, a day late and a dollar short, as Martin Bonner would say.
But these guys had been Well, there you go. They had been banging doors, and just as we were watching the RD Simsport LMDH come through the field, I was just keeping half an eye on the background while you were talking now, and they were going at it, and definitely the back pain BMW was trying to make attacks, trying desperately to get past them, but couldn't do so. And I think it's maybe a little bit of frustration where that Porsche maybe is slower at this stage in the race compared to the BMW. So right on board with the Canadian Marsh now. And well, all it's done is meant that they've dropped well off the back. In fact, they're 10 seconds off the back now of GTD. And for all that fighting, it's definitely hurt them a lot here. As you say, it's another team that's having to affect the way in which they drive and change their strategy up a little bit during this race. There's another lunge. You can feel the frustration building up inside this car.
Yeah, and it just definitely shows as well the difference in the manufacturers. As we see, Jack Chrissy, one of the leading Cadillacs here so far today in P3, drops down the order in LMDH and gets it all wrong, coming into the right-hander there. Goes side by side with the Motorsports car, but doesn't come out on top of it as well. But yeah, shame for them to see them drop down the order, but the Cadillac being fairly strong here so far. So replay of what happened with Jack Chrissy here. Goes to the very treacherous right-hander, which catches a lot of people out. Caught me out quite a lot of times in the race here as well. Yeah, just way too fast in, locks at the front tyres, and that's into the go off of Jack there as well. So shame to see that, but carries on with no 2 damage to the car.
Oh, that's another one off. That's Static Adrenaline BMW. They're off, and now they're going to get caught up into the front end of LMP2 potentially. That's being led by Tempest Simsport. Right now, the number 11 machine. No major change around really in terms of class standings other than Sim HQ. They've dropped 2 places in the open lap. They find themselves now 4th in class behind Penguin and Sim Republic, who've made their way through. Likewise, at the back of the field, Blue Shell have got ahead of Longhorn in LMP2, and slight change around in that. There's 6 runners and riders that we've got here in this class. It's all settling themselves down a little bit now, and playing more about the long game in this class as they seem to all start to space out a little bit as they head out onto another lap, out onto lap 4 now, in fact. Well, still very much a long way to go, only 7 minutes in. But we're not going to be too far, are we, from our leaders in LMDH starting to make their first pass through GT3. Just keeping half an eye on that. Well, there you go. There they are. Pretty much nose to tail in the midfield in this class. And the interesting one for me is that Cadillac there of We2 Fast Racing. How they deal with this, and it's always a frustration, isn't it, when you make a silly mistake like that. I say silly, I've done it a lot more than others, so I can't be too critical, Owen. But it's how you pick yourself up from here, but then and deal with the frustration as you work. Naturally, you can see the cars in front of you extending the gaps even further, and you can sometimes grow in frustration when you're feeling left behind.
Yeah, that mental factor would definitely be playing on Jack's mind as well. It's always damaging when you make a mistake and it's your fault, and you have to try to build that momentum back up against the way you were when you were in such a good position before. Of course, Jack being in a good spot. I think it was P3 at the time where they had that incident as well. But yeah, of course, with the physical factors on the car, obviously the front lockups will really damage this car as well. Of course, a lot of the rotation coming from the front end of the Cadillac rather than the BMW being fairly central of its weight distribution, so that lockup will really cause them a bit of damage on some of the entries here as well. As you see the backpain Nitro Racing team and the Porsche in front of them coming through with the MDH traffic now, so it's going to be fairly interesting to see how they pay off with the GT3s. But yeah, MDH is fairly closed up apart from the RD Simsport and Obsidian Racing Future car, which are very nose to tail coming through the first stage of traffic here.
They are, you see, just ahead of them. That's going to be the marginally above average Sim Racing Porsche. You see the difference in the braking zone there, the way it just instantly catch up to the back of them, and a lovely place to catch the Porsche because you can just head through nice and easily. Likewise, the RD Simsport car following them through too. There was that contact from behind, I'm sure I heard a bang.
It was, yeah. Juan Valero went too wide on the exit there to try and build a momentum for the GT3. Archie saw his moment, took it, and just closed the door on them completely. So let's have a look at that from Archie's perspective as well. But yeah, that was definitely Valero going a bit too wide to try and get the run on the Lamborghini there and open up the door for Archie. Then it just got close shut on him completely. So yeah, not too much Archie could have done about that. He saw the moment, took it, as I said before. When you see the moments, you have to just seize them, especially in traffic. And yeah, that paid off worse for Valero there, 100%. Doesn't seem to have too much damage on the car. Seems to be okay for now, but yeah, that's definitely a suboptimal thing for Obsidian Racing Future to deal with.
I was just having a look at rear right of that Obsidian BMW there, Owen, and couldn't see any obvious damage. However, doesn't necessarily mean to say there's any mechanical damage or underfloor damage. Well, maybe that answers our question.
Yeah, of course. I'm in the walking 6 hour. Unfortunately, we were leading that, and then all of a sudden, we had a slight tap at the rear right axle of the wheel, and that completely destroyed our suspension. No visual damage at all, but yeah, just tapping the rear suspension took us out of the lead, took us out of contention, and yeah, even though you don't see any physical damage, as you said, mechanical damage can definitely appear, as it has done for Obsidian Racing Future. So shame for them. 2 races in a row and 2 strokes of bad luck there, but I think yeah, Valero will be probably kicking himself for going a bit too wide in the entry for that corner.
Still a lot of racing to do. I mean, we've still got 2 hours and 50 minutes left to go as we ride on board with the Penguin RC Cadillac right now, currently second in class. Just up against, that's the Lamborghini of Longhorn, which is going to send that way past. And again, catching them in the live part of the traffic. However, it was at this stage last lap where I just made exactly the same comment, and then there was contact, wasn't there? So you never quite know, do you? And this little group here over second place, fighting their way, of Penguin in second, Sim HQ just behind us, and likewise We Too Fast in the second of the 2 Cadillacs right now. And oh, I mean, backing off there very early in this corner. I understand why they've done it, but always a bit skeptical because it leaves you very vulnerable to someone going, okay, thank you very much, I'll go through a bit heavier on the brakes.
It does, of course, but with these cars, as I mentioned before, the battery deployment and the battery harvesting is a very essential part of the traffic nature of this track as well. So as you can see, Nate is really, really elongating these braking points as much as you can to harvest as much energy as you possibly can do as well. Which, of course, as you said, will back up the pack a little bit more, but it will give him the top end speed that he needs to be able to defend from the cars behind him as well. So it's very beneficial to do that, but again, as you said, it can be very vulnerable, which it has done with these 2 cars here with the Sim HQ Motorsports Orange. Very, very close nose to tail there, definitely. There is all a little bit of slight contact there, maybe a bit of neck for Nolan there since I'm off a little bit wide, but no real issues there for them 2 cars. But yeah, it's definitely crucial for battery harvesting, but it's definitely these vulnerable as it has done here so far.
Just keeping half an eye on how things are progressing. Oh, no, that's the Cameron Barker CMSRacing.com Pro BMW. Having a bit of a grass-cutting exercise. And well, that's going to put them down to 7th in class right now. And back to where they started. Shame, because they made good progress. And I do wonder whether that was just maybe getting caught out a little bit by the traffic as they're making their first pass through the hypercars. And right now, I mean, we've got 3 LMDHs out of position. We've got the Obsidian, which is currently like 9th overall behind our leader in LMP2. Of course, we saw that earlier on the incident that RD Simsport made contact with them. Okay, so they're now clear of them. And meanwhile, wow, this has been brewing for a little while, hasn't it?
Really good move there around the outside for Sim HQ Motorsports. If we can make it stick, which he probably can do, tries to get a little bit more of a straight line speed to try and hang around the outside, but of course we've got the GT3 of Temper Simsport in front of us, and that cause a little bit of issues for both of these drivers. You see a lock up there from Sim HQ Motorsports on the front right hand side, and that's caused a lot of issues for them as he tries to get another run through the left hand side here. Yeah, he tries to get a run off the exit there, but that lock up at the front right has definitely caused some issues for the right handers for him, and yeah, it's definitely going to make his ride a little bit less more comfortable than you could imagine, but tries to send it down the inside. Isn't the gap there for him to make work of yet, but I'm sure there will be some soon. This pack is very, very tight and close together so far.
A lovely utilisation of the traffic there in the form of that Lamborghini just coming past it. Just boxing your opponent and just trying to eke out these even tenths of a second. Just so crucial. And right now, that Sim HQ orange BMW under a lot of pressure to stay in contact with Penguin in front of them, but also from We Too Fast and that Cadillac behind them. Of course, that's a little bit out of position right now, where they had that earlier on incident and lost those places from second place in the race. Well, you tell just how hard they're pushing and how much pressure they're turning up right now on that Sim HQ BMW just in front of them, but nobody able to fully utilise it. I did wonder from Sim HQ whether they were going to box in the Penguin car on the run down into turn 1, it was all stars were all aligning, but I mean, Penguin saw it and then went right round the outside of the Lamborghini. It was fascinating to see and watch it play out, but definitely getting a bit squirrely. I've spotted this from the 2 Cadillacs so far, Owen. Out of the slower corners, out of the 2, you know, turn 13, the final corner, and also out of the hairpin there, turn 9, they're getting a little bit loose on the exit. And, you know, in terms of getting the power down, you can see their rear end scroll around, trying to fight and find the grip at this early stage of the race. I do wonder what it's going to play out in terms of tyre management throughout this race if they continue to do that, especially with the warmer attach temperatures. We've got 38 degrees Celsius, and well, it was 101 Fahrenheit. It's dropped down to, well, only 99, so only just under. But yeah, it's not going to be helping them in terms of tyre longevity, is it?
No, not exactly as well. As you mentioned before with the traction, well, the traction as well for these cars, it's very difficult to manage that on the exits as well, with most of the weight being at the front. As we see, Tempest is in the pits. That shouldn't be this early. No,
they were running about 3rd or 4th in class, Owen. And I did just spot it as I handed it off to you there for your insight and wisdom, that they had come into the pits. And yeah, the Audi, like you say, that is very, very early, and they're stationary for quite a while. I mean, it can't be qualification field because it's too late in the race for that. But they're still stationary, 39 seconds, 40 seconds, still remaining stationary, so something has clearly happened to the car. Maybe a bit of an alternative strategy to get themselves into fresh air as the LMP2s make their way through the GT3s right now. That's our lone Ferrari, that is Scott Kennedy of Dog Bear Black, coming behind 5th in class right now. And this is what I love about multi-class racing. You've got everyone who's trying to battle through the traffic. It's always fascinating to see it. Watch it pan out, especially when you have all 3 classes on the track together. It's always a bit of a hold your breath moment as a neutral and as a commentator, and certainly normally for the poor GTs as well, as they just try and stay on the race line, try and make it predictable for everyone around them, but not compromise their own race as well.
Yeah, it's definitely tough for the LMP2s to manage their way through the traffic, especially at a track like this. But GT3s are just got to make it as comfortable as possible for not only them, but the LMP2s themselves. As you said, being predictable is a big thing as well. But it's definitely harder to find that kind of flow around these GT3s in these prototype cars rather than the GT3s, where it's more of just you moving offline and coming back on and being, as I said before, a nice flow and smooth nature of it. But yeah, these prototypes have to be very decisive, very quick with their decision in traffic, and ones that can either pay off massively or cause massive accidents that we've seen in the past before as well. So yeah, it's definitely tough for the GT3s to manage it, but yeah, definitely tough for the LMP2s, especially for the likes of Tempest and Penguin, to keep that gap at 5 temps, which I have done throughout the whole race so far, which is really impressive so far with the Penguin RC simulation. You know, we've seen all season so far the Tempest Sim Sport car just go into the distance, and that was it, and they've pretty much picked up the win from the green flag drop as well. But yeah, great to see that they actually have a Penguin RC right up behind them and giving them a proper fight today.
Well, talking of Tempest, Owen, brilliant segue there into the Tempest GC3 Audi. That's still in the pits and still stationary. I do wonder if that is terminal for them, or if they've come in to fix damage and not tick the fast repair box. We've all been there, we've all done it, and it seems to be looking the case as they're well down now. Also, looks like Dexter Cook of the organisation, that Mercedes in GT3 has had a bit of an issue somewhere on the track, but they've come off and maybe hit the barrier, but they've got going again by the looks of things. So not all done and dusted for them as these top 2 in LMP2 try and make their way through. And credit to them as well, using that traffic, they're really starting to drop the Sim Republic. The gap out to 1.2 seconds now as they're fighting to try and make their way through. But this first half of the lap, Owen, definitely a lot easier for clearing traffic compared to, well, other than the back straight, the second half of the track is so much more treacherous and tricky. It's just praying to the racing gods that you catch these cars at exactly the right time.
Yeah, for sure. As we see a little bit of a moment here for traffic, as you mentioned, catching it at the right time. Definitely not the right time for Tempest, as Penguin RC has a good look and down the inside, doesn't go for it right now. They saved us some fuel there with Penguin RC as well. About a 10.5 separating them, and then into the braking zone went to 3 tenths as well. So good to see that Penguin are more thinking about strategy rather than pure pace at the minute. They know Tempest is quick. They know that they can have really good pace in the car. Penguin RC with Christian, of course, he can have pace, but maybe he's thinking, I can't really match the pace of Pedro right now, so I'm going to sit behind him, use the draft, fuel save and try and get them out when I can. And as you said, catching traffic is going to be crucial. And for Tempest there, it's not been great so far. As we see Zach flashing a lot behind Penguin Simulation. Not really sure what's happened there with him, but he is definitely not happy about something that's going on. But,
or he's a bit of the mental games coming in here, I think. And just letting them know, do you know what, guys? You've tried to drop me in traffic. You got the gap out to 1.2 seconds, but you don't get rid of me that easy. And in fact, he's dropped it down to about 0.7 of a second. And still remaining in the fight here in LMP2 for Sim Republic. Under investigation. Contact between RD Simsport and Obsidian Future. That was in LMDH that we saw right at the start of the race, and that is being looked at. We'll keep you up to date with any information we get more about that one, see how that one plays out. And you see the three classes there all interweaving with one another and getting it done correctly, as that's the recovering RD Simsport 2 of Jared Bridwell coming back through the pack. That's 30th overall. Last in class right now. They've still got 3 more LMP2s in front of them, as that Dexter Cook, the organisation, Mercedes, seems to be struggling a little bit. And that's in fact them going a lap down, because that's our leader in GT3. And wow, they are 3 seconds at this stage of the race, so 20 minutes gone, excuse me. That's a big old margin.
Yeah, for sure. Steve Miller, of course, very quick GT3 driver, has been quick all season, especially in Fuji and Le Mans. Definitely for me, stood out for him as super quick, and yeah, he's definitely proving himself again here today. So hopefully his teammate can be just as quick, which we know he has been as well. So yeah, that car is definitely on for another victory here in the championship so far. But yeah, looking down the order for GT3s, it's all fairly like they have their own little races going on. Of course, you have the race for P2 currently with Super iRacing and Sim Racing PR. Then you have Imperial Motorsports and Dogbear Black and Team Breakfade all together for the battle for 4th as well. Then you have Penguin RC Simulation, Valhalla Motorsports and CMS Racing battle for 7th place as well. So all little battles going on for 5th place in GT3, and that's good to see. And that's very similar with the rest of our classes, like LMDH, a battle for P2 is happening. Obviously LMP2, battle for the lead. And yeah, it's good to see a different kind of battles going on with different types of class and driving standards as well.
To extend it as well in GT3, 10th and 11th, they're close together. Longhorn are marginally above average sim racers, and also 12th and 13th as well. Wild Juice and Backpain Lingerie. That one, I get the feeling that could go all the way to the finish between those two. They've been scrapping since the very early stage of the race. Last time around, quickest on the track, the fastest lap of the race was Obsidian Racing Future. BMW, of course, involved in the incident early on with RD Simsport recovering through, and they finally get going again. The Tempest Audi, after 6 minutes 45 seconds stationary, that screams to me like someone didn't take the fast repair as they came into the pits. And well, you've got a feel for them. They are 2 laps down off the organisation, who are a lap down themselves, so 3 laps off the lead lap in GT3 alone. That's going to be a long afternoon for them, and talking about, a long afternoon, the way this is playing out right now between these two scrapping LMDH is Static and RD Simsport, and it's RD they're going to be just ahead. Yes, they are, but then also they're in the mix, and obviously no blue flags, because this is actually for position overall against Penguin and Tempest in LMP2, who are ahead of them right now.
Yeah, for sure. Just pointing that there as well with the Tempest car as well, the GT3. It was interesting when they come out the pits as well, because they did kind of hold up their teammate a little bit there as well, which obviously you have experience with that as well, with different classes and teammates in different classes as well. And it is very frustrating when your teammate does hold you up, but yeah, he definitely did a good job in holding up the Penguin RC Simulation car, which is now a second, 1.1 seconds behind Tempest Simsport car there as well. So great that the GT3 has kind of allowed the LMP2 to breathe a little bit easier as well. Yeah, go back onto the RD Simsport car. They're making their way back through, but of course 58 seconds down from their leading car of Archie there in P1 as well. But yeah, good to see them back on the road, and they're still fighting through, and they're still trying to pick their way through. But they definitely can. Maybe they can even get as high as maybe where Obsidian are.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see. I mean, we've still got lots of racing to do. We're only just approaching a sixth of the way through the race. A meager sixth. We've got 2 hours and 35 minutes and a bit of change left remaining here from Motegi. Things are, just about starting to settle themselves down. You see your top 5 in LMDH, it's RD Simsport, Penguin, Sim HQ, We Too Fast, and CMSRacing.com Pro. In LMP2, it's Tempest, Penguin, RC Sim Republic, Sim HQ, and Blue Shell. Although Blue Shell are well off the pace and definitely suffered the traffic. It's all about, realistically, the top 4 in LMP2 are going to be vying for that victory and a place on the podium. In GT3, it's RD Simsport 4, Sim Racing, PR, 2Pi, Imperial, Dog, Bear, Black for your top 5. And as I was saying earlier on, lots of micro battles happening in GC3 right now, up and down through the field, but it's just another dominating display from RD Simsport 4 in the hands of Steve Miller, the Frenchman. Well, really bossing the whole race here so far. Of 25 minutes complete, 3 seconds over second place. And well, what was Sim Racing and 2Pi, those 2 Lamborghinis being very close to one another. It's just going to help his situation even more so, I would imagine, as things progress and maybe they fall by the wayside a little bit more. And if they start battling, they're going to lose even more time. It's a real struggle when you're in this situation, isn't it, Owen? I mean, it's hard to know what to do. You're always going to have a bit of compliance with the car behind you, that you just work together and try and close up the gap. That's even if you can, because sometimes you just get these drivers that are a complete and utter different league of their own, and they always seem to catch the traffic, just as we've seen there, as they lost a second to the RD Simsport LMDH, where the gap just grows and grows and grows even further, and there's nothing you can do about it whatsoever.
Yeah, it's super, super tough when you have a position like that as well, and seeing the leading car just go a little bit further and further away from you, and it is difficult because you feel like, I know I have that pace, but I just can't really extract it, or whatever it may be. It is definitely damaging to the way you drive as well. But sometimes you have to put it behind you and think, right, okay, this is where I am now. I'm P2, I got 2-car racing team behind, and that's the car that I have to focus on getting away from, and then just kind of ignoring the fact that P1 may not be on the car today. But yeah, it's definitely a struggle mentally when you're in the car as well, but one you have to overcome fairly quickly in order to have some progressive driving throughout the race.
This is a fascinating battle we've got right now for 4th place in GT3. Audi, Ferrari, Audi, Imperial, Dog Bear, Black, and Team Brake Faders. Oh no! Ooh. Wow, these two have been in the wars for the last 27 minutes since we went green. Ooh. Oh, that was Obsidian as they were coming through, and then Tempest and Penguin in LMP2. Oh, I think they've made a bit of contact yet again.
Yeah, we're seeing a different Reaper here with Dexter Cook so far, what happened with him. But yeah, I reckon that they probably made contact again, or something else may have happened. But yeah, he is stopping that car right on the apex to try and let him through. But yeah, I reckon that something may have happened between them two again, as we see what happened with Chip Witt in the Wild Juice Racecraft machine here. Coming through into the hairpin section here for the back straight. Oh, another tap of the rear end from the back playing live stream racing team. And that's the problem with the BMW. The BMW being the more front engine car, having a little bit more better corner entry, just catching out everyone lacking a little bit there and going into the back of most people. It's an issue that Vincent Marsh has been having today, of just going into the back of people in the entries to corners, and that may be an issue caused by the BMW's front end nature of the car, just you know, having such a good entry but not so good exit, and yeah, and getting into trouble with people because of it.
It's fascinating to watch that, isn't it? You can see the real difference in the two different cars where, as you say, in terms of corner entry, and that's where all the incidents have come from, where these two have come to blows so far this race, is that BMW is just so good on corner entry. Especially the way the Marsh is driving it right now. It's electric coming into the corners, and maybe that's been part of the frustration where, especially in corner entry, where you can feel there's a big pace difference between yourself and the car in front of you. But then, like you say, the Porsche is so much better on corner exit, able to get its traction down with all the rate being over the rear wheels. And just ebbing and flowing between these two, and, well, they've come to blows, but it has split them up, and maybe that might be a good thing for both of their races as they look to progress, taking the pressure off Wild Juice, and back pain maybe feeling where exactly they are. Of course, they are well down for the order after very early on the incident. We saw them tumble down 8 places, in fact, to 30th in class. Obviously, they're now up into 12th in class after that incident with Wild Juice. But back to this battle for 4th place. They're still cracking on. I mean, These seem like three guys that know this is definitely a marathon rather than a sprint right now, and seem to be playing it pretty evenly. And I do wonder, especially with that Ferrari, whether they're just trying to sit in the slipstream, just fuel save their way around this one as well. Although these guys aren't playing it all, this is second place Sim Racing PR and 2Pi, the two Lamborghinis are starting to scrap it out a bit more, aren't they? Elbows out there on the corner entry, and I think that's 2Pi through.
Not quite. They got a bit of a run from Sim Racing PR. Sim Racing PR, the better exit with the wider track usage as well, going down to the corner, which is typically only a one-line corner down to the right-hand side. And I think, yeah, they're backing out of it, allowing 2Pi to go through. And or just, as you said, think of the long game rather than a sprint race. But it was a good move by 2Pi Racing Team there. It didn't seem to be intentional, though. A little bit of a later break in the 2Pi Racing Team. That's to get out of the way at the last minute before going to the back of the 21 machine there. But, yeah, good move nonetheless. And Jose Ramirez is through to second place. As you see, Mike Tyler for Longhorn Racing, part of that long list of drivers that we had fighting for podium places there as well, falls down into 11th place there for him. So maybe there's a bit of contact, or maybe a little bit of a rear end getting too loose in the exit. We can find out just in a minute. Here we are. A little bit of a replay of what happened to the Longhorn Racing machine. Seems like it's going to be maybe a traffic issue with the LB2 gun behind us. 10% sport machine behind him there. Nope, seems too far away, and yeah, he loses it as he goes down. Gears, luckily enough, didn't actually catch anyone on the rear end, as we see Penguin Arts simulation as well, having a little bit of a battle with the LB2 machine 10% sport because of that as well. But yeah, very lucky not to hit anyone, and Mike Tyler continues in 11th place.
And what sort of causes that, Owen? Is it just too much speed into the corner, or is it shifting down through the gears too quickly?
It's a mixture of both. Yeah, it's a mixture of both, really. As you're going in too quick, obviously you're on the brakes, and a lot of the weight's shifted towards the front end rather than the rear. And as you're bringing the gears down, you know, you're kind of putting all that weight to the front, and all of a sudden as you're turning in, the rear's not having it, and then it just goes round and you. So it's all about a mixture of having both good speed in with your brakes, but also having a comfortability of your downshifts as well. As we see Jason Lindy having a bit of a sort of his brakes there with Pneumatic Motorsports blue machine and P6 as Obsidian Racing Future tries to get past him as well. But yeah, has a little bit of issues with brakes. But yeah, that's the main issue for every car. You know, if you're too fast in with the brakes, then you give a bit of engine braking into it as well. It's going to be a mix of mayhem and GT3s, and the rear end's going to follow you around rather than the front end as well.
Well, that's. I'm sort of half lost for words because very, very quietly, Valero of Obsidian has just been chipping away bit by bit and picked his way through the field and now finds himself in 7th. Just having a little look at the last lap times. Now, compared to the cars behind him, this is where it gets a bit tricky for identifying true race pace because of catching traffic. But, I mean, last time around Owen, I mean, what, 2 seconds, a second quicker than the organisation, and RD and Static Adrenaline. You know, sometimes 2 seconds quicker. As I mentioned earlier, fastest lap of the race he did set, and well, still holds that in fact as well. Definitely the Argentinian, a man on the move right now. But I mean, how much farther can he climb? Because there's what, I mean, can it be even I know it's a bit of an outside shot, but a place on the podium?
I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that Valero and the Obsidian Racing Future team will be able to pull that off. Because, you know, they've had serious pace through each round of the championship, and especially here today, they've had really good pace, as well as the RD Sinsport machine, although he is struggling to get past Jason Lindy here so far. But yeah, he definitely has the pace in it to get into a podium place, because the RD Sinsport towers over everyone by around about 30 odd seconds, or 20 odd seconds so far as well. So yeah, I definitely think that car has the pace today to get into P2, because he's only 10 seconds off that P2 person of Nate Stewart as well. So yeah, he definitely has the pace to do it, because there is still 2 hours and 30 minutes to go in the race. So yeah, if he can get past Jason Lundy and try and find his way through, he can definitely put it off.
Fascinating to see how this one's going to play out and just how far that they can climb throughout the race. Well, Obsidian could definitely do with as many points as they can. Of course, your championship leaders coming into this round so far pulled off a win and a 3rd place. And well, there's the curse of the commentator, isn't it, if there ever was one?
Wow, that might be, as we said before, mechanical damage for the Obsidian Racing Future. This time on the front left axle, it seems to be crabbing a little bit there. It did make contact on the front left axle as well, so let's see if we can see another angle of it, but it doesn't seem to be. Okay, it doesn't seem to be damage to the car so far, but yeah, it's just There's a trouble with these cars. It's so difficult to pass them without getting into an attack mode or being really up the rear end of the car as well, without causing too much issue for yourself. And there you go, Jason Lindy obviously not being as quick as you've seen in the Racing Future car and paying the price for it, unfortunately.
But just given, oh, there's a change of position. So Penguin have got past Sim HQ for second in class, I believe. No, sorry, it was an off track. Ignore me, apologies. Oh, now that's our leader. So that's from the incident very early on. As you can see, from 11 minutes 55, they've got a drive-through penalty of RD Simsport. 21 seconds the advantage they've got over Penguin and Sim HQ and We Too Fast. Well, even CMS Racing, second, third, fourth, fifth, all very close together. And Obsidian, from that one mistake where they're pushing so hard, might kick themselves because that could have brought them right into RD Simsport. Yeah, it brought them out, you know, maybe got themselves ahead of it, but that could be a bit more of a challenge now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to mention earlier as well. Is like what that outcome of that penalty was going to be, and I had a feeling it would be something as harsh as the drive-through penalty as well. But that definitely does bring in the mix of, as you see, Jason did go off track, but it definitely does bring in the mix of Nate Stewart, Nolan Kinslow of Penguin Simulations, Mitch Kumer at Sports Orange, We Too Fast Racing. All these contenders for the podium that are very, very split, only by about 3 seconds apiece. Oh, as we see Vincent Marsh go into the wall. Not a great day for him so far in the BMW GT3. Travis back on track nice and safely, but yeah, that's definitely going to cost RD Sport a lot of time. Maybe not as much as Obsidian Racing Future, because of course they not only had to do their fast repair, but also had to take a pit stop as well. So maybe Obsidian Racing Future could end up with a better strategy here, as we see Simich Kumar Sports Orange get it all sorts of wrong. Allows We Too Fast Racing to get on the rear end of Northern Kinslow there for P3 so far. No moves happening right now. A little bit of a later break there for the Cadillac, but it's all popping off.
RD are in, Owen. Right, we get to find out where are they going to come out after this drive-through. This is going to be fascinating to see. I think this is going to bring them right into the mix with those Cadillacs and BMW battling out over second place right now. So where are they on track? Keep an eye out for the green dots. Well, wow. I think it's going to be close, isn't it? They're going to come out still in front of them. So they've lost a big chunk of lead.
Yeah, definitely lost a big chunk of lead. Not too much to worry about though, because they did get that 21-second gap through pace alone as well. So it's not too big of an issue. I thought the pit length would have been a lot longer than that. It's been a while since I've last driven this track, so yeah, not too much damage caused for RDC Sport there. So the Racing Future's brought into the mix 21 seconds behind that as well, but it's still a massive margin for them to make up. So it's possible if they make mistakes, as we see a big battle here for LMDH for the podium spot so far. Doesn't seem to be acting out as much so far, but yeah, as you said, the traffic really paying dividend with the positions and times and separating of the classes as well. But yeah, RDC Sport seems to be a little bit more comfortable than usual.
Penguin, they've really capitalised. Well, they just got that break a little bit earlier on, about a lap ago. And now they find themselves 3 seconds clear of this battle. As you mentioned, the last place on the podium, Sim HQ, We Too Fast and CMS. BMW, Cadillac, BMW right now. On board with Jack Christie in the Cadillac. And that's traffic where everyone's, we saw from that track map that our producer Samuli kindly put up for us, where we're looking at where IRD might potentially come out after their drive-through penalty. I mean, it's good in some ways when the traffic's a bit more spaced out like it is currently. However, it still can be tricky in other ways because you're going to come up with them, you have more chance of coming up against them in weird parts of the track rather than clearing them in one big go as that's into the pits.
That's definitely kind of spooked Jack there as he loses control a little bit, but yeah, that's definitely an early pit stop for them, DHs, mate. But actually, looking at the time, probably not. It's maybe a strategic option to come in early to avoid that traffic run that he's going through here now. But as you see on the minimap, there's not that much traffic to actually get by, so maybe it might be this is a good option to do that, because he has got the GT3s that are coming up behind into the main straight now, 11th, 12th, 13th place. So yeah, it's an interesting strategy choice to do for Simich Motorsports Orange, but we'll see if it pays off in a few laps time for them.
Well, it was interesting because he was able to, for me, he was able to dart into the pit lane and not get held up through 11 and 12, the final couple of corners there. And so 12 and 13 even, apologies. And maybe that might be just enough to give them the jump that they need over everyone else around them. It's going to be fascinating to see how that one plays out. And as you say, we're well into... It's early in the pit window. It's right at the start, but then let's not forget, they've spent a lot of time certainly for the last few laps, punching a hole in the air for the cars behind them. They've been following closely. So there's Longhorn heading out of the pits, just in the foreground of this shot. As where are they in class? They're currently lying 16th and overall 6th in class right now. So still fascinating to see how this one is going to pan out. And also due to that track nature, of course, this is where it maybe gets a little bit tricky. I hadn't thought about this, Owen. It's due to, the lack of a high-speed nature that Motegi is, the LMP2s are still on the lead lap. So you don't got the blue flags to help you get your way through the LMP2s.
They are on the lead lap. Yes, you're right. That's quite surprising, actually.
I think it's just when they can't, you haven't got the speed differentials, the top end to get your ball. No, that's the organisation heading straight on at, no, I'm trying to work out, is that turn 1 that you're heading in the bridge?
I think that's for the last sector as well, and the last sector between...
Oh, sorry, yes, it is, 11, isn't it? Yeah. Well spotted.
Well, yeah, interesting place to lose it on the brakes there. Very, very deep into that corner, so it must have been... not paying attention to the breakers in there for Keenan Massey. But anyway, keeps plodding along. A lucid position to iRacing Sport 2, which are recovering from their earlier troubles at the start of the race as well. But as you mentioned with the LMP2 distance as well, obviously the lap times coming in from Pedro compared to someone like Archie, for example, it's only around about 3 seconds on average difference. So I'm not, looking at that, I'm not too surprised that they're still on the lead lap for sure. And as I said, that is mainly due to the medium and low speed nature of the track sometimes as well, with the LMP2s and MVHs having a fairly similar speed at the lower speed corners, stuff like this as well. So I think when they catch up to them, when all the packs start to get together as well, of course they're going to be more spread out, which will help them, but I don't think it will be too much of an issue to try and get past exactly, because they're all a fairly similar speed, so just a little bit of a lunge into braking turns may help. But as we see, James Andrew for SDK Motorsports Orange with a different strategy goes off and loses the track position to the GT3s. That's to go past them again, but again, it's another person losing it at that corner.
Do you think maybe it's just where they're all pushing so hard to clear the traffic as quick as possible? That's Obsidian into the pits there for the second time today. I mean, I know they would have had to been able to take a bit of a splash and dash during their, where they came in to have the damage fixed from the contact that they had early on with RD Simsports, who are leading currently. But I maybe would have expected them to maybe have gone a little bit longer than what they currently have, because everyone else is still yet to pit in LMDH right now. So it's surprising, but they're up on the Jack's tyre change going on for them. There goes RD Simsport 2 past them, so they're now up into 6th in class overall. But maybe it's not so much about just running your car as long into a stint as possible. Maybe it is all about today just looking at the track map, looking at where the cars, what traffic are you going to come up to? When are you going to come up to on them? When can you possibly get past them, in terms of where you'll meet them exactly on the circuit when you do come up to them? And maybe a little bit it's just trying to find those pockets of fresh air in coming in those places. So that's Penguin and SimHQ and LMP2 into the pits.
Ooh. That is interesting, because obviously 10% still stays out at the minute, with Sim Republic SR3 behind them by 2 seconds as well. So interesting to see when they've done that. Maybe it's due to traffic, of course. I mean, I know that Penguin RC was saving fuel behind them, because I could see it and hear it as well. So interesting they've come in before Tempest, but it must be strategical for the traffic, of course, with GT3s and maybe even some LMDHs that are obviously not on the front and trying to fight their way through, getting in the way of LMP2s as well. So maybe it might be a case of that, as we see Lucia Racing still staying out at the minute as well, and then obviously coming out of the pits and pit exit as well.
Penguin have had a driver change as well, Owen, so Kieran Forrest has got into the car for them as they both head out of the pit lane. And a little bit of a treacherous pit exit here, isn't it? There's definitely up there with some of the more treacherous ones, like Brands Hatch, for example. Spa, if you're using the endurance pit exit, where you come out, not pretty much into the racing line. This, in terms of like the start straight and where the pit exit and the pit lane in general, very similar to Hungaroring, I find personally. I don't know about you, but can you think of any other worse pit exits than those?
Do you know what? I actually can't. I think Motegi is definitely one that is not really a favourite for mine. And usually says, well, Hungarings are so quite not very nice. As you see, Tempest seems to be coming to the bits now. And
oh, no.
SR3 gets it a little bit wrong in the entry for Zach Broderick there as well. It's a shame for them. They have a little bit more of a less time advantage on Tempest there as they come to the bits. Let's see where it brings them out.
Using your expert knowledge, I think they should be okay, but will they get an unsafe pit entry?
No, they shouldn't do, because it was only off by a little bit. They may have just cut on the grass a little bit as well, as we'll see what happens to them. But yeah, they shouldn't get a drive or unsafe entry at all. As we see the entry here, fairly slow. Oh,
locked the rears, didn't he, on entry?
Yeah, that I don't think that would be a penalty, but it's been a while since I've driven this track, so I don't think so. But if it is, it's very harsh and very unfortunate. But
well, if it is, we'll know within the next 3 laps, that's for certain.
Yeah.
We'll definitely know then. So there is Forrest. He's just gone to the car for Penguin in LMP2. And they've
got on picks as well. They're already out. So yeah, massive difference in the strategy so far for them, as they are. So we're for the time sheets to kind of pan out a little bit more. Around about 6.8 seconds behind Tempest 6 Sport. Wow. Okay, so Tempest even must have saved a bulk load of fuel. Or, yeah, maybe the driver swap actually didn't help Penguin last season.
Just looking at it, Owen, near identical pit stop times for everyone involved over those top 4. So I think it's more so it's traffic, as you can see. Marshall for SimHQ, they're really pushing it. And this is going for 3rd place up the inside, and he's going to get it done. A textbook move there on the brakes as they head underneath the bridge. Talking about textbook moves, that's We Too Fast heading through. Chrissy in the 69 Cadillac there, getting ahead of CMS Racing. And I tell you what, defending that one hard as he heads right down to the inside there. They're going to come onto the brakes. I think that's going to allow him to hold on to that one. And Cameron Barker's just going to have to... Oh,
there it is.
Wow.
There it is. I knew as soon as I saw him start on the brakes, Jack, I knew he was a bit too quick into that corner, and the rear would bring around with it at the apex. That's exactly what happened there as well. So, shame for them. It was a good battle until it lasted, and of course, no damage to them so far, just damage on their tyre. Whereas you see a replay of this, replay of what happened earlier on the same lap here as well for Jack Chrissy that enabled that battle to even commence. So yeah, actually goes a bit too deep on the entry, gets in the grass, and yeah, the 79 machine behind is right on the tail end of him.
I was amazed as well. I mean, how Barker managed to avoid Chrissy. I'm really not sure, because it was just whether it's a bit more. Oh no! Wow, that was nearly into the Penguin LMDH there. Well, jeez, in the wars yet again. I mean, that Porsche is really seems to be really struggling around Motegi.
It is, yeah, for sure. I think Backpain Livestream Racing and that team as well is definitely struggling out here today. It's weird because obviously the same car, same manufacturer, is quite high in the standings so far, but they are definitely not having the best days. This chip we're out there. Currently a minute and 29 off the lead. Yeah, not their day, but they are still plodding along, still hoping for instances and all sorts, with the organisation and Tempest Sport obviously being quite far behind as well. As we see, Longhorn Racing and Backpain Livestream Racing team running out here for 11th place so far. Vincent Marsh obviously trying to bring his way through after an unfortunate start to the race so far. And yeah, trying to salvage whatever kind of place he can get and salvage whatever points he can get for his team in the championship. As we see Mike Tyler pitting.
Okay, so pit window definitely open in GT3 right now. Into the pits also are Penguin and Valhalla. Backpain, apologies. Team Brake Fade have just exited the pits as well. So they've had a driver change. Brian Blanchette's got into the car for them in the Audi. Just having a bit of a look at the other drive. So Valhalla have had a driver change. I believe Penguin have too. So that's, well, your leader in Mello in for RD Simsport 4, that 5-second gap they've managed to open up 2-pi into. However, Sim Racing PR, they continue on again for another tour of Motegi. Blue Shell in from LMP2 as well, although they've... well, where are they? Is that a retirement? I think that might be a retirement home, because they were stationary for 3 minutes 33 seconds. One for number pattern fans there, and this is
Motorsports. Yeah, might have a slow entry a little bit here as well. Comes into the pits, onto the brakes a little bit too late it seems. Yeah, there it is. A little bit too late, goes to the grass, and that's a bit well held. Yeah, shame for them. Obviously not the entry that you want, but it's a very, very difficult entry here at Motegi, and one that catches a lot of people out, as it's caught a lot of people out today as well. So yeah, as we see the GT3s coming for their pit stops, Super Racing Team and Co are out on track to continue their stint.
Guess who sat another the fastest lap of the... Oh, that's a BMW that shouldn't be there.
It's going the wrong way, unfortunately. That is the Penguin Lancer simulation car of Jack Belton. Doing some lovely donuts for the fans in the grass. He's coming back on track. Yeah, shame for them. They were doing fairly well, it seemed. Only lost 3 places today so far, but keeping their own and holding their place. But yeah, unfortunately, dropped down a little bit there as well.
Into the pits come back pain, CMS, Ghost, Wild Juice, and marginally above in GT3. Also, We Too Fast in the Cadillac in LMDH. They are into the pits too. Now, where are they going to come out? That's going to be the interesting one to see. Well, they're now our provisional leader, a Sim Racing PR in Miguel Colon in the Lamborghini. Will Dogbear as well in the Ferrari. They're the only team yet to stop in GT3. I'm interested to see where they come in. Yep, that's body language of that car says to me that's into the pits. Well, there we go, fully confirmed. As the organisation in LMDH into the pits as well. And ooh, bit of a long stop for We Too Fast in LMDH as well. I wonder whether that's to repair a bit of damage on that Cadillac.
It might be, as we see Static Adrenaline having another trip into the grass. Not a great season for them so far. I've had a bunch of instances so far for David Nelson as well, but yep, they're still plodding along and still going on strong as well. But yes, bringing your point earlier, actually, you were going to mention about Obsidian Racing Future's fastest lap as well with a 38.2. So they are definitely charging along forward. Is Valero back in the car as well, still in the car. So fight his way forward. Of course, had that pit stop already, and RD Simsport haven't, so that's why the gap is 1 minute and 21 seconds. The gap before that was around about 21 seconds, if I'm corrected as well. But yeah, they're definitely ones to watch as well towards the end of the race, and they can definitely get into the podium places if they're pushing as hard as they are now.
So, that's the Dogbear Black Ferrari. They're just on pit exit, and that's what we talked about earlier, just how treacherous it is as Imperial at the hands of Piaz. Just swooping down and clinching hold of 4th place from them. But look at that, we've got... But they're back to basically where they were. Imperial, Dogbear and Brake Fade. Audi, Ferrari, Audi. Back in formation. The same gaps they were as well, pretty much before the round of pit stops. I mean, that's consistency for you, isn't it? If there ever was any.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see that they're still battling up right onto pit lane as well, as you were mentioning with these cars. But yeah, it's definitely one to watch with the strategy game at the minute. And these cars are fairly, well, they've stayed together all race. They seem to like each other a lot so far. And it's yeah, good to see that. Obviously, they're still battling away, but of course, the Audi machine of Imperial.
Oh, contact! There you go. Wow, that was a big one, and it was Netcode as well that called the pneumatic car to go spearing to driver's right.
So what are these Simsport cars now, though? If that's the leading one, they may definitely pick themselves up a new penalty. It's not. It's the other Simsport 2 car, which is not really in contention so far. So it's yeah, relax the other Simsport guys a little bit at the front, but yeah, definitely not a great move there by Jared Bridgewater. We see Organisation Pro have another trip into the wall. That's definitely huge damage for them as they're at the last corner and tow back to pit lane as they are now. But yeah, I want to see what actually caused all that as well. We see Jared Bridwell go right into the back of him. I think there's Jason Lundy there as well. So interested to see what actually caused all of that. Obviously 3 wide going into that corner.
I think it was what you talked about earlier, Owen, in terms of that seeing an opportunity that's presented to you and taking it while it's there. Here we go, Samili working his magic to get the replays for us. Going to see exactly how this one panned out. I think maybe just where Lundy was just a little bit conservative on the brakes, and there you go.
Yeah, I think it caught Jared by surprise there. And it would be good if we can see a little bit of a cockpit replay of that as well from Jared, but yeah, he seemed like he was not really intending to go for a move right there, because it is a bit sketchy to go for a 3-wide move there. But as we see, it's really right on it here. On board with Jared Bridwell for the This is Sport 2 machine. Yeah, it's quite far away from Jason Lundy. It didn't look like he was trying to go for it exactly. I mean, if he did, he had a lot more track to use on the left-hand side, and I think he knew that as well. So I think that's just, yeah, Jason trying to harvest a bit more energy, and Jared not really expecting it, and then that was the issue there, as we see, putting our simulation to the bits. But unfortunately for them, they are most likely going to put themselves up a drive for penalty, and that is their race definitely more done than they would have expected.
Also in is CMSRacing.com Pro. Cameron Barker. So Penguin have had a drive. Jane Blake Reynolds is getting into the car for them. And also Stack Adrenaline having a driver change to Lorente has got into the car for them. Got a few driver changes happening right now. So that's the RD Sim Sport 2. I do wonder if that might be under investigation potentially. I mean, it'd be gutting for them because it was netcode. But you never quite know, do you? Obviously, I'm sure the stewards will be having a little bit of a look at it. So the sister RD car still leads here. They are yet to stop at the moment in the hands of Archie Coveney. As lead grows, but that's due to everyone being into the pit. So Reynolds for Penguin will come out. So there's a bit of weaving from Mercedes in the background. They're coming down the pits, trying to get generate any form of heat into those tyres going out as possible. So that's a driver change as well there.
Some eSports stuff right there.
It is.
Some eSports tactics from Michael trying to generate heat. As we see Archie Coveney right on cue, as you mentioned before, into pit lane. I was going to mention 56 minutes in MDH here is quite impressive. So congratulations to Archie for building that fuel up to go that distance. But yeah, he's in the pits. I suppose he's going to stay in there for one more stint, if not change over to Oscar Coveney. Yeah, doesn't seem to be going out of the car. No, he stays in as Jared Bridwell comes out into P6 in the line of the Lamborghini. Wasn't too much issues, but yeah, that is definitely going to be under investigation. I think, a slam dunk penalty is coming their way.
Well, if it is, that's gutting for the 2 RD cars. Definitely as well. Now, this is actually... Now, they're on an alternative strategy, Edwin. However, we said, could Obsidian make it back up onto the podium? The third.
Yeah, that is... Yeah.
Now they are... So, against Penguin, who are in front of them...
eSports strats didn't work for Michael, unfortunately.
I know.
All he is.
Santa Greta there, yeah, not quite working out how things are planned and were intended there. Maybe 1 or 2 weeks more might have generated enough heat into the sides to get that one up and away. But now, before we saw that incident there, so 8 laps, the difference in pit strategy between Obsidian, who we can see here in third, and versus Penguin, who are in front of them, and CMS, who are behind them.
Steve Miller had a disconnect, it seems. That is them completely out of it. Steve Miller with a disconnect.
Oh, no.
There.
Yeah, drop due to download packet loss.
Oh,
leader. Oh, no.
Yeah. That is definitely going to be them out of contention for their 4th win in a row so far. So they are going to be very unhappy with that. I'm sure the teammate of the other Sport 4 guy is going to jump straight into the car and try and salvage any position, but that is going to be them with a long tow, putting them possibly a lap down. And yeah, I thought pit stop to go with that on top as well. So shame for them. Really good performance as per usual. But Sim Racing PR now are your leaders.
Oh, no,
never
that's a
mind.
big one.
commentator's curse again as Two-Part Racing Team takes the lead after Chitwood again with Wild Juice Racecraft. Has a contact with Edison Rojas Hernandez in Sim Racing PR as he desperately tries to bring it back onto track.
Wow. Try to flick it around, and I do wonder, because it's just off camera shot, Owen, where the front end of that Lamborghini made contact with the wall. I mean, from bodywork perspective, you see the wiggle there just to see what's the steering going to do. Now, let's have a bit of a look. It's the front end of that Lamborghini out of shape. I think that's a bit of a bent front splitter. I don't know about you.
That is definitely bent front splitter. Of course, contact with the wall, so it might be steering damage as well, but seems to be continuing. Interesting. I mean, it doesn't seem to be too damaged from them, but he's definitely going to be losing a ton of speed. You see a replay of what actually occurred with that. On board with Edison here. Of course, the Wild Juice Racecraft machine in front. So
caught the grass.
Yeah, gets into the grass, slams on the brakes, which is an interesting reaction to that. And yeah, sends him into the wall. But yeah, I mean, it's a shame. Wild Juice hasn't had the best of days, and yeah, not the exact correct way to handle that kind of scenario, but given the benefit of the doubt, probably fairly new to that kind of scenario as well. And what's that issue for them? As they're coming up behind them, this is going to be a very hot-headed Edison, but gets out of the way and doesn't cause them too much issues. But yeah, that is such a shame for them.
That Porsche is really struggling for corner entry speed. It seems to, all races long, it seems to have really, really struggled for the guys over at Wild Juice, where you saw, you know, Hernandez just, again, not quite to the extent of what the BMW was earlier on, but really catching up on corner entries. Well, there you go, reconnected, coming out in
Steve
13th.
Miller's still back in. Wow. So surprising, actually. I thought their team would have just jumped straight in, but the tone must have been long enough for Steve to reconnect and get back in the car. So there you are.
In. There we go. Back in the car. Pick yourself down. Pick yourself up. A lot of time to make up in the form of, what is the gap? So they're not a lap down, Owen, but they're what? 4/5, 8/10. Depends how you want to word it, but either way, Tupai now your leaders here. But they've had a decent race as well. So they started 4th, second row of the grid. Lamborghini's made their way through up into the lead now, and they've got a 16-second advantage, largely due to that sim racing PR incident they had with the Porsche Wild Juice Racecraft. Wow. I mean, that's just looking at it. I mean, that's 1 minute and 20 odd seconds that Mello's got to make up. 2 hours of racing. I mean, based on how much time he managed to eke out across the first stint, was about 5 seconds. I think that's going to be incredibly difficult, and the racing guys would definitely need to be in RD Sport 4's favour if they want to try and make that one up.
Yeah, if I'm looking at the gaps between most of the drivers so far, it seems like, obviously, from P1 through to P6, P1 through to P5 is very, very close together, but P6 all the way down to where Steve Miller is fairly close. It's his position straight away. Team Racing goes, gets a little bit wrong, or probably lets Steve Miller through, but he can definitely pull off a definite P6 here, who is only around about, only a couple of seconds in front, as you can see all the GT3s right in front of him. But maybe a top 5 is possible. It's going to take a lot of effort to do it, but definitely a P6 is 100% achievable for Steve Miller and RD Sport today.
Yeah, only 8 seconds up the road, Owen, so definitely a strong possibility of being able to make that one up. This is what we like to see. All 3 classes on the screen together. A flash of the lights there from the 116, just to let them know that they're heading through. That's Sim Republic car. Currently like 2nd in LMP2, and in fact 9th overall right now, due to 3 LMDHs being, well, off the pace and behind where the rest of the LMDHs are currently. So still having to fight through those without the aid of blue flags. Although on iRacing, it's not like Formula 1, we have to leap out of the way instantly. They are more indicative rather than mandatory, and it's all about just the ability then to, you have to pass them safely. It's down to the passing car, and there's another place made up against one of the GTDs.
Just mentioned as well, what we saw on the screen earlier, of course, iRacing Sport 2 are under investigation for that incident with Pneumatic Motorsports there of Jason Landry as well. So, yeah, I mean, I think that is going to end up in a stand-up penalty for them, unfortunately. But, yeah, it's definitely being noted by the stewards, and it's going to be one to look at for them as well. As we see, Obsidian Racing Future, 9 seconds off the lead of the race. 9 seconds. That is, to be honest, quite astounding. So really well done to Valera there for really building up that pace and getting behind iRacing Sport, because that gap was only about 21 seconds when iRacing Sport had that drive-through penalty, and it's now only 10. So 11 seconds he's been able to eke out of that lead so far. So that's incredible pace so far, and definitely one to watch for the win of the race. And if they can pull off a win today, that's well deserved in my opinion.
It's going to be fascinating if they manage to pull this one off. Now, let's not forget, as we mentioned on that alternative strategy, so they pitted 9 laps before RD did. So, differentiating pace right now between the two cars. But I'm just trying to, maybe I'm just trying to work this one out in my head roughly, Owen. You can probably smell the burning and the cogs moving around right now and grinding away. I believe the LMDHs are going to be due a shorter stop towards the end of the race. So, I mean, technically, they could have already have taken that then.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely a strategy option that is highly likely in LMDH to choose, which I've done in the past as well, which is to take you a shorter stop early on and then just go flat out for the rest of the race. So, might be a thing that Obsidian Racing Future has done already, which if they have done, has definitely paid off for them so far. But yeah, they obviously put less fuel in the car than iRacing Sport have done. So yeah, I think that they still have a chance of winning it. It just depends on how this strategy plays out for them, which I believe it will work if they keep this pace up. If the pace they keep up now is at the pace they're doing now, yeah, they're going to be in a strong contention for the win later on.
Well, we will find out in, what, just under 2 hours' time. How's it worked out for Obsidian? Love to know your thoughts in the chat. If they can try and pick the win out here, I mean, that'll be an absolutely epic drive for Obsidian if they manage to do this. But they've got a tough battle ahead of them in form of Penguin, that Cadillac. Oh, wow. Talking of Penguin, that is Kieran Forrest in their LMP2 outfit off the track. And they've dropped a place, but not only overall and not in class as John Taylor Tammy in Pneumatic heads past them. Got, of course, one of the BMW LMDHs.
So I interrupt there as well, but I did see some fresh tyre markings that were at the last corner. I did see some gravel spitting off as well, so it might have been a GT3 that went off at the last one as well. I see a replay of what I'm talking about here. Smoothly straight on it with the replay as well. Yeah, going to the last corner. Front end, just way too quick into that corner, gets in the grass, and then there we go. What I was talking about there as well, finds Michael into the grass with the organisation of the 112 Mercedes car, joins back onto the track, and continues his journey. But yeah, so instances still occur, as you see, another incident for Wild Juice Racecraft there as well at the last corner. Once again, unfortunately for them, taking another trip in the grass, so yeah, they're back on track as we see. Late Reynolds bringing us a simulation, and Obsidian Racing Future still continuing on their battle. Valera is doing a little bit of a mental tactic there. And yeah, he's definitely got that in the bag. If he can get past bringing us a simulation car, then I think he'll be able to try and pull on forward towards that iRacing Sport car, which is looking fairly quick right now. Of course, RG doing a 39.3 last time round, with Valera doing a 39.9. Obviously, traffic is a big influence, but on average laps so far, it seems like RG seems to be a little bit quicker at this stage, but we'll see what Valera can do when he gets past Blake Reynolds. Of course, well, it's got to be said, the Obsidian Racing Future and iRacing Sport are definitely the highest of cars in this category so far, and they definitely have set the pace among the rest of the field by some margin as well. So they can definitely pull away if they want to as well. It just depends on if Valera can get past the Penguin simulation car here.
Definitely could hinge a lot on what happens across the next few laps in terms of Obsidian's progression. Differential of pace here, quite a bit as we mentioned. They've got, 8 laps difference in fuel on board. Penguin, Cadillac right now, the heavier of the two cars. So, Obsidian are going to be quicker in that BMW. But if Penguin can hold them off, this is surely going to really aid their chances of finishing second here today. There's, oh no, seen brake fade around in the Audi. Now that car was running nose to tail with Sim Republic and Sim HQ, was it? No, apologies, with Sim HQ and Penguin, wasn't it, earlier on?
Yeah, the Imperial and Dog Bear kind of train. Yeah, Imperial and then Dog Bear,
yes,
followed by Team Brake Fade. Yeah. So as he comes through, oh yeah, very similar thing to what we saw earlier on with the Lamborghini. Just a bit too quick in, and then a little bit too much revs in the engine as well. And because of that, the rear end just doesn't like it, and then brings the rear end round with it as well, resulting in a spin. So unfortunate for Team Brake Fade, who lose a lot of time, around about 20 seconds now to Imperial Motorsports. So yeah, big shame for them to lose that much time and a place that was really comfortable for them. You know, a good chance at a P3, possibly a P2. And that's put them into a solid P5 at the minute.
It's a shame, really, isn't it? I mean, all that hard work undone in a blink of an eye. And that was an absolutely fascinating battle that we were having between those three. Well, this loomed since the start of the race, you know, an hour and 10 in and still going hard at it. That's talks about now replaced by pretty much this battle between Valhalla, Penguin, RD, Backpain. They've got 4 cars all on top of one another, but this is going to be RD surely up the inside on their brakes. Job done, but no, being squeezed and harassed on the inside. They're trying to pin them down, but cannot get it done, and Penguin drop behind them down into 8th. Those two swap around, however. These 3 BMWs trying to scamper up the road and try and keep in contact with that Valhalla Lamborghini, and there you go, Owen.
Oh, there it is. There it is. The driving penalty for RDS in Sport 2 for avoidable contact has been given. So yeah, that upsets their race even more so than it has done for this whole race. So far as we see a lunge there, Penguin RC simulation on Steve Miller. Jack Belton wants to get involved with the top dogs as well, and definitely doing so. Spooked Steve a little bit, but Steve able to keep his cool and push on further forward to Valhalla Motorsports as well. But good to see that Jack Belton is not giving up against the top dogs in the GT3 in this championship so far as well. But yeah, loses a little bit of pace compared to Steve Mello, but yeah, definitely giving it his all out there.
Mello not phased by that one. He's a wily fox. He saw that one coming and read it a mile off. But you could say, no, I'm not going to do it. I was going to make an incredibly bad pun there, but I won't.
Go on, I'll allow you. Go on.
Thank you. You could say his whole attitude is quite mellow.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, there we go. I pre-warned you. I did pre-warn you, Owen. I did indeed. But I tell you what, it's not looking mellow right now, is it? As applying the pressure onto that Valhalla Lamborghini, just fascinating. You see, in, out, now right up onto the back and going to try and squeeze up the inside, but they slam the door shut in its face as the Lamborghini of Valhalla comes down straight in front of them. In the hands of Matthew Vykov right now. It's that Valhalla Lamborghini, but how long can he hold off this RD Simsport BMW? Having another look up the inside, backs out of it, just trying to force it to mistake, and there you go, it's worked.
There we are. It's good to see these guys aren't backing off from the top dogs that I just mentioned before as well. As Lamborghini is still side by side with Steve Mello of Matthew, there for Valhalla Motorsports, and gives it up eventually there as well. But yeah, great to see that they're all getting down and dirty, especially with these the guys that are fairly further back than usual. With Steve Miller, of course, being the leader that has led the whole entire championship so far in the Options machine. It's great to see that they're getting involved and giving their roles. You see Jack Belton also trying to make a move on the Valhalla Motorsports guys. We see Q, Motorsports, Orange picking their way through as well. But yeah, it's all kind of livening up in this opening stage of the first, well, yeah, the second hour of the race so far as well.
It's just going to get a little bit broken up right now by that SimHQ Orange LMDH, which is running well, quite down in the order compared to what it was earlier on. The earlier on incident just not helping them whatsoever. Wow, that was a bit of a late dive there. Breathe in, everyone. Breathe in. They live to the fight another day, and that's the most crucial point here right now. Mello, well, could you imagine it for poor Steve Mello, you know, leading by 5-6 seconds, the disconnect, gets reconnected, comes back in, so it's a fight all the way just to get back up to the 6th place. now, what, some 50 seconds behind Team Breakfade, who are 5th in the Audi. Has been aided a little bit by, obviously, their spin they had, what, 2 laps ago to close that gap up, but by 10 seconds or so. However, even saying that, let's have a little look at their last lap times, Owen. So not really too indicative. So they were, Team Breakfade, in fact, were nearly a second quicker. But I think that was largely due to the fact that the RD BMW held up behind the cars that it was battling of Backpain, Penguin and Valhalla, respectively. Whereas Breakfade, no one to battle with right now as they dropped, lost, was it 20 seconds they lost initially though, Owen?
I think it was around about that,
yeah. So that's closed up a bit. So it's only 17 seconds is the disadvantage, shall we say, that they have against Dog Bear in the Ferrari. However, some will not say with the advantage that Dog Bear has over Team Breakfade right now. So, still not done and dusted, I think. And yeah, going to be fascinating to see how much time and get these next few lap times in and see if they are closer from... Oh, there you go, this RD into the pits. So this is going to be served their drive-through penalty, Owen. And are they going to drop some more places? Well, I think they could be safe here. I think they'll come out in front of Sim HQ Orange.
Yeah, they'll definitely come out a few... Oh, as we see Penguin Nasty Simulation of Kieran Forrest there. Drop down the order even more so. So 55 seconds off of the lead car there. Shame for them because they were doing so well at the start of the race.
Oh, now there's smoke in the background. I think, was there another car off there as well?
I didn't actually see.
No, I think that might be left over from the Penguin. Oh, yeah. I think that was left over. So, no, we're okay.
Get a replay here of what happened there as well. Oh, yeah, Keelan Massey. Yeah, Keelan Massey's instant there for the Organisation Pro. So like he's coming through, maybe a lock up at the rear brakes. Yep, too quick, and then yeah, lock up at the right front tyre there gives a little bit of a smoke effect of the rear end of that car. So nothing too much to worry about. No real instance there as we see Simulation get in front. Back on the Motorsports car as well.
He's running deep though, Owen. Look at that, and then instantly, well, nearly loses the place as these two battle away. So Obsidian, they're into the pits now from 3rd in LMDH. Well, these two self-scrapping away and, well, it was a lunging, went in too deep, but Penguin in the hands of Bilton in that BMW M4 GC3 managed to gain ahead of the Valhalla Lamborghini there. You've got Matthew Vykoff into the car in this stint. And Backpace still remain, as a sweeper behind this group. So, just having a bit of a look if we've got any more. Oh, I had a bit of a panic there. I saw Tempest Simsport, our leader in MP2, just dropping a few places. But it was just a brief blink, so... Well, based on what's happened to a leader with a disconnect and, well, like they were blinking, let's hope that does not continue and have history repeat itself. As Obsidian still in the pits. Now, they've gone for a short stop again.
That's...
Now, they were only stationary for 32 seconds, Owen.
Yeah.
On average, about 50 seconds. You'll know far better than himself, certainly on that one being the pro in these cars. But that's a bizarre one.
I mean, it is. I mean, especially we're taking the driver swap then as well. If you're going to do a short stop, it's not really something you'd rather do. You'd rather take your driver swap at the longest pit stop that you make as well.
Well, does this go back to my earlier point where potentially today it's more about finding yourself? Oh, no, is that the Valhalla car? Yes, it is.
Shame for Matthew there to be losing at the end of that lap as well. Good fight there with the BMW of Penguin Nasty Simulation. Speaking of Penguin Nasty Simulation, Blake Reynolds comes in from 2nd place into the pits. He goes, but
so now that's going to put them back. So they're now effectively in line, aren't they, Obsidian, with the strategy of everyone else? But that second short stint, I mean, is it just to try and think, right, we could do this to jump Penguin, potentially? So obviously for the RC, we saw the Valhalla Lamborghini spin there. Is this maybe today, which point I alluded to very early on, maybe about just finding pockets of space and racing in those rather than length of strategy to try and, not lose, have that, that less of a negative time delta through losing it through traffic.
Yeah, so I'm not too sure about that per se because it's so spread out so far. But as we see Penguin RC Simulation there, they had a bit of damage on the rear end of the car. I saw when they come into the pits, but they got that fixed and don't really know how that happened with them. But
now, it's really our producer just in our ears, whispered to us. They've had a short stop too. They were stationary for a measly 21 seconds. So both of them playing out, alternative strategies here. So not too sure right now. Going to be fascinating to see how this is going to keep us guessing all race long, isn't it? And well, we've got plenty of time, an hour and 40 still to try and hypothesize over how this one's going to play out here today. I just don't know, Owen. And if you don't know, then I think we're just going to have to wait for until 3 hours is up to work this one out.
yeah, it's confusing all the different strategies. I mean, I feel like the Penguin RC one was more to fix damage because I did see when they came into the pits, the rear end of the car didn't pop back into place. It seemed fairly kind of closed in and then kind of popped back into shape as soon as they stopped in the pits there. So I don't know where that would have come from, but it would have possibly caused the reason for that short stop as well. So that one I think would be more due to damage than anything else. But the Obsidian strategy, I don't really know because it's difficult to kind of tell how much of a difference, the kind of strategies make in terms of this track with the distance of the track and the amount of people there are, like cars and GT3s on track as well. Because I'm fairly sure that there's GT3s in every single corner of this track so far. And of course, they still have LMP2s to catch. They've not completely gone through the whole list of them just yet. So yeah, it's going to be quite...
Maybe that's what it's more about in some ways, because as we said very early on, the first round of pit stops, how the LMP2s were still on the lead lap, and in fact, let's just keep you up to date with how that's panning out. So they're only just about a lap behind now. Actually, no, hold on. Yes. So, yeah, they're only just about a lap behind now. So it's taken us an hour and 20 to get to that stage. So maybe it's trying to make sure you're not too held up behind the LMP2s, where that pace difference, as we said, I think it was about 3 seconds you worked out earlier on. Oh, no.
Oh.
So that's the Valhalla Lamborghini off again.
It's a shame for them. Matthew is having a bit of troubles out there. Just after the Penguin RC Simulation got past them, and they had that brilliant move when they capitalised on them going a bit too deep. But yeah, they started to make mistakes, and Matthew, twice in a couple of laps as he made mistakes here now, dropping them down the order down to 11th place. So shame for him, but he's trying to fight his way through. As we see, Two Pirate Racing Team still in the lead, and Sim Racing PR are still out there with that damage on the front of their car, which is losing them a fair bit of time. Since that crash with the Porsche, the lap car Porsche, they've been out there just trying to fight their way through, and that damage seems to be paying them a lot of damage as well to their lap times. But they're still carrying forward. They're still in P2 in a good spot so far, but nowhere close to Two Pirate Racing Team so far.
I was just having a little look at the track temperature to see if they've changed a lot. Yeah, maybe they crept up a bit, and well, if anything, they've come down. So which sort of surprises me with where the drivers may be experiencing a few challenges with the tracks at this stage of the race. I mean, we were up at 100 degrees Fahrenheit earlier on, which was about 38 to 39 Celsius. We're down to 91 as we head further and further into the afternoon here at Motegi in Japan. Currently, as you can see, 25 minutes to 5 local time in the afternoon. So, yeah, maybe, I don't know. I mean, is it maybe a little bit of, okay, the track's becoming more grippier as track temperatures come down and drivers getting a little bit more, just pushing the limits, a bit more adventurous with their braking points?
It might be a case of that, for sure, but it also could be a case of just the mental fatigue that some of these tracks can give you. Like, and then there's tracks where you have to concentrate a lot on having a flowy nature that sometimes you can have a braking point where it's not really indicated by much around you, and all of a sudden it can go a little bit wrong, and especially a track like this where it's so technical as well with some of these corner entries that the slightest bit wrong, as we've seen before with the Lamborghinis going a bit too aggressive on the entry and the Audis as well, and some of even the H's going a bit too hot on the entry, locking up the tyres. It can be a little bit of a troublesome moment. As we see Sim HQ Orange have a bit of a trip in the gravel as well. and they are dropped. Well, they stay in 7th place, but they drop further down the order than they was previously as well. So it must have been, as we were saying as well, just missing their braking point and going off into the gravel.
Now the drivers for every do have penalties incur at 25 incident points. I wonder, where we are currently, we might have a few teams skirting that and incurring penalties late on, because there's been a few, 1 or 2 teams that have been in the wars. They've not had the best of luck. They've had a few off tracks as well, a few spins, and I do wonder, come the end of the race, whether there might be 1 or 2 that might have to, well, that being one of them, Wild Juice. I mean, they've poor Chip Witt as I don't think it's going to be an inch of his body that doesn't have a bruise on the way. He's been bruised, battered, beaten this race, and yeah, I do wonder whether, there might be a few drivers incurring drive-through penalties just to add to their woes later on in the race.
Yeah, I definitely think that will come into effect. There's been so many instances today of all different drivers. And speaking of instances and off tracks, there is another one for Michael for the organisation in the Motegi through there. But yeah, that will definitely come into effect sooner rather than later, I think. It's still just under halfway through to go here. So yeah, I think if we're going to keep this amount of instances going on around the track, there's definitely going to be a few people coming in for driving penalties that are not issued by race control themselves.
And talking of which, should we have a little bit of a rundown of where everyone is right now? So this is your leader, iRTES Simsport, leading by 17 seconds. The gap they've managed to eke out, of course, after their penalty. A drive-through penalty occurred through earlier contact with the Obsidian Racing side. First 15 minutes of racing. They managed to come back out about 5-9 seconds in front of the rest of the field. However, they've extending that out as the race has gone on over CMSRacing.com Pro, currently second, 1-2 for BMW. Then it's the 2 Cadillacs of Wheatsea Fast and Penguin, although Penguin are on that funky alternative strategy, only stopping for 20 seconds at the last pit stop. iRTES Simsport are 5th, and Obsidian, again on an alternative strategy, are 6th. Sim HQ, who've been in the wars a bit, last car on the lead lap in LMDH, 7th overall. Then we've got Static Adrenaline, 8th, and then 9th is Pneumatica, 10th overall. And last of the runners are the organisation, who are currently sitting 10th in class, 13th overall. Into LMP2, Tempest Simsport lead the way, and in fact they're 9th overall, ahead of Pneumatic. Well, there you go, that switch around just happening. So still placed inside the top 10 though, crucially overall, leading class. Then you've got Sim Republic, who are up 2 places, having started 4th up into 2nd. Sim HQ Motorsports Red are 3rd. 4th is Penguin. And then we've got Longhorn, last of the runners with Blue Shell. We lost them all the way back on lap 25. We're currently on lap 51 into GTD, or GC3. Depending on your persuasion, it is Lamborghini of 2Pi Racing. Of course, largely helped by the disconnect of iRTES Simsport 4. But even so, up 3 places in class. Sim Racing PR, that's been earlier on, really hampering them, and well, they've dropped well off the pace of 2Pi. These two have been battling out for most of the race so far. Imperial for Audi there, last place on the podium and up 5 places in class, having started 8th, so good result for them so far. Then it's our lone Ferrari of Dog Bear Black. Team Brake Fade in the second of the 3 Audis. They currently lie 5th in class. Then iRTES Simsport back up to 6th. Now they've managed to close that gap up a bit further, so maybe a chance of progressing a bit more, not off the cards. Then we've got this little battle here for 7th in class between Penguin and Back Pain and Eye Strain. It's the Porsche of marginally above average sim racers, Longhorn Valhalla, CMS, World Juice, they've definitely been in the wars. The organisation, who are a lap down in class, and Tempest Simsport. Still, no, apologies, they are earning a retirement in the Audi in GT3.
It's a lot list.
It is. And we've still got half of the race still to enjoy here. I get a feeling still a lot to happen. This race is not done and dusted with twists and turns to the tale and the story. We've got SimHQ Red, they're into the pits right now. Oh no.
It's again the same corner as well for Simic Mirrors for some reason. That's twice in a row that James Andrews gone off in that exact same place. So he's having a bit of a trouble with that corner as well. As you see, you're Marshall coming to the box. Yeah, it's good to see that 10% will still have some competition behind them with Sim Republic SR3 at a 2.6 seconds behind. Seems to be, well, from what I can see, a closest battle on track. We have Jack Belton and Zachary living good as well. Obviously, Keenan Massey off in the Organization Pro. But yeah, they seem to be very close as well. And that's as far as I can see. Jared Bridwell and Antonio Rodriguez there, which is obviously Spot 2 and the Obsidian Racing Future. So usually these two are battling right at the front along with the RDC Sport 1 car as well. But instead they're battling out for 5th place on track right now.
SimHQ have had a driver change as well during their stop. Paul Hale's got into the car. Penguin in for an LMP2. They are into the pits as well. I would say that it feels a little bit early, but it's not, is it? So it's amazing how fast time can pass by. Let's just see the second and 2 RD Sim Sport machine as well. Look who's right behind them.
Oh, jeez. That was very close. That might hurt my mouth there for the number 2 Porsche there, but they get through fairly nicely. And sorry for interrupting you, but
no, that's fine.
My attention.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, as our leader for LMP2 Tempest, they're into the pits. Pedro de Souza in for them, and likewise Sim Republic, second in class, they're in too. You can see them just behind them. So our top 2 right now are in. Also, Penguins, you mentioned, they're in. So they're just heading out, in fact. This is where it's sort of fascinating, isn't it? Because it's nearly a bulk for whole lap, isn't it, that you're actually in the pits for. So for these guys, you're looking at about a minute and a half, something that anywhere in that sort of range, depending if you're fixing any damage. Certainly, lowest is going to be about a minute and 5 seconds for a clean stop. So those two, I think, could come out quite close together on pit exits. So that's going to be fascinating to see that. So Tempest had a driver change, Surf Sim Republic. So Silvera for Tempest has got into the car. Martz for Sim Republic is into the car for them. And there you go, they're going to come out nose to tail. Game on for the second half of the race in LMP2.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've seen Felipe Silvera as well out on track in this Tempest Sim Sport LMP2 car as well. I'm usually used to seeing different drivers. Of course, Recruiters as well, a big name for Tempest Sim Sport LMP2, usually out on track here. But yeah, Felipe is here for Tempest Sim Sport today, and Tristan Martz behind for some racing, Sim Republic SR3. So let's see what Tempest car can do with the new driver change, as well as Sim Republic SR3. Very last simulation, of course, as you mentioned, having Christian Young back in the car, who is a very strong LMP2 driver for sure. And yeah, unfortunately, didn't have the exact pace they would have wanted earlier on in the race, but it's definitely hopefully going to come to them now. They might be a little bit too late with the distance they are behind the Tempest Sim Sport car.
As you know yourself, all it takes is a bit, well, I'd say a bit of traffic, and well, clearly held up there with Sim Republic, and I think it might have been with a fellow LMP2 as well. So there's your previous, well, all left, right, pick a lane, guys, as it all gets tangled up between what's our previous leader in GT3 and our current leader in LMP2. It's, when you have that miscommunication of, you know, you both try and do the right thing, and then you all get your wires crossed. It's definitely a heart-in-mouth moment we witnessed earlier on, and these two still going at it. It's Penguin versus Bagpain in GT3, the 2 BMWs, only half a second separating the closest battle by a country mile on track right now. It's becoming a little bit death-defying, isn't it, right now? A bit treacherous out on track as we run on board the We Too Fast LMDH Cadillac, showing that they are too fast for a GT3. That's the pace difference. Breezes past it. I'm sure maybe a little bit of electric deployment to help them on the way. It seemed like, I know there's a big pace difference, but it seemed a little bit more so, didn't it?
Yeah, for sure the electric and the battery will definitely deliver that extra engine power as well. But even without it, it's still maxes out, especially this car at this track. Will probably do about 280 to 290 k's down the straight, as we see Tristan Martz crucially off the track at around about, I think that's turn 3 there as well. So it was only 2 seconds behind Tempest Sim Sport, now only, well, 8 seconds behind. Let's see what happened with Tristan. Seems to be all by himself, no one else around to cause him any issues, probably just went too deep on the brakes. yeah, going into the corner, loses the apex a little bit, into the grass, and yeah, just shy it. Well, yeah, far too deep for him, and that's him off with a little bit of slowdown to help him as well, and that's, yeah, Felipe having a bit more comfortable stint than he wanted to, or what I guess expected, with only 10 seconds now separating them both.
Well, all of a sudden, the blink of eye all starts coming out for, again, is Static now currently 8th in class, and that's Pneumatic right behind them, harassing them, trying to find a way through in traffic. It's going to be a struggle. Jinx is left, Jinx is right, trying to unsettle Lorente of Static Adrenaline there, and can't quite get the move done at this stage. It's definitely looking at it, definitely making Purple BMW MDH think twice, and really something to slurp on the entry there and completely kill off Tammy's acceleration off the corner, where you see he's just opening up the corners, looking for the switchback desperately, but just can't find it right now. A bit skirty on the accelerator. The rear end just twitching, swirling, trying to find some grip desperately here on the track surface at Motegi. As the brakes again are lifting and coasting as well, Owen.
Yeah, it's going to get us a bit more strategy games in there as well for Pneumatic Motorsports, and again harvesting a bit more energy. You can see that he's really early on the brakes compared to Static Adrenaline, and that's going to help him down the straight line now as well. A little bit more top end speed. Watch the delta on the right hand side. There's Nin a little bit here, but 0.3, yeah, still insane 0.3, and that gap closes up right at the end of the straight as well. Oh, actually goes a little bit too deep and makes that delta a little bit bigger than we would have thought. He's coming back through now. John Taylor just trying to stay at the rear end of the Static Adrenaline car right in front of him. It's very difficult to follow these cars, especially in a track like this. It's very flat. It's really, really difficult to try and find, you know, that little bit of a edge towards your opponent in front. Around about 3 attempts is as much as you kind of get without going into the EOS modes too much here. So, yeah, he's doing very well as John Taylor so far.
Second in GC. Oh, there you go. That's the move done. Outbraked himself. And yeah, that has meant that Static has dropped the place to Pneumatic after all of that pressure. Second from GT3 have come in. That's Sim Racing PR. They've had a driver change as well. And that Lamborghini, Michael Alcolon, has got back into the car, I believe, for them. That's a change they've had there. So they're going to come out round about 4th in class by looks like maybe even 5th behind Team Breakfade. Yes, they will. They're still stationary, so they don't think they'll drop another place. I think 5th is as good as going to be for them. So Obsidian are back. Well, no, they're ahead of RD Simsport 2. Oh, contact in the traffic.
Oh, I don't think there'd be a penalty for that. It might be under investigation, but I don't think that would be too bad. As we see this in Racing Future now fully take ahead of RD Simsport 2. But yeah, that gap is closing up a little bit more than Obsidian would have thought. So, and back pain obviously coming off the worst end of that stick as well. Jared just still trying to find his way through the Obsidian Racing Future machine, and makes it a little bit more closer than the Obsidian would have wanted that to happen. But I don't think that would be a penalty or any form of punishment there. I mean, you might need to take another look at it on board with the Obsidian Racing Future car to really see. But yeah, Jared gets a little bit too aggressive with the brakes there and loses a lot of time. 2 Obsidian Racing Future who get all wrong in the grass, and Antonio Rodriguez, who had that comfortable gap, now loses it completely and loses the place as well. Replay of what happened here as well. So Jared gets it all wrong in the brakes initially, and then Antonio, who's really trying to pull away, gets it way too much on throttle into the grass, and still stays in that throttle, and then bang, locks up the brakes in the process to not hit the wall, and that's going to really, challenge his tyres in order to get the grip that he wants out of that car at the minute.
That's such a shame, isn't it? I mean, it's been an eventful race, to say the least, for these guys. Alternate strategies, different things they're trying, and well, some work, some don't. All from that contact early on with RD Simsport, and that's what really cost them dearly. Team Breakfade in GT3, they're in from 4th. So definitely struggling here with fuel consumption, some of the GT3s. They seem to be going a little bit shorter than maybe what I would have expected. Coming in short of the 50-minute mark. She's a bit short, definitely, for them. There's also CMS Racing, one of the Lamborghinis here today. They are into the pits for their stop. I think they've had driver change as well. Kevin Ayres getting into the car for them. Wow. You get the feeling, it's just calming down. Nothing's really happening that much right now. And then all of a sudden, the blink of an eye flips on its head and it all kicks off once again.
Yeah, it is strange how much it can change in such a small amount of time as well. But yeah, I mean, it's all it's all calmed down now, but it might not do in the next 5 minutes as you said before. You know, every 5 minutes is a new either collision or someone going off or a strategy change that we're not too sure of ourselves. And yeah, it's all going to be going here so far. But in other news, Archie Coveney still leading the way with a 12-second gap over Cameron Barker in CMSRacing.com Pro. It seems like all things are going well for them. Obviously, the drive-through didn't cause them much issues. Of course, made them a bit more upset than usual, but they're still fine as we see. Everyone coming to the pits now for the GT3s. Imperial Motorsports of Christopher comes in as well. Dog Bear Black, I think, yeah, they are staying out.
Tupai in as well from the lead
yeah.
in GT3. So for the first time today, the Ferrari of Dog Bear Black leads here at Motegi. So I'm going to be temporarily, because I would imagine they're probably going to be in the next lap, although that's good fuel conservation from the Ferrari. That's something it's really ever famed for, isn't it? It's normally the Ferrari known for its great straight line speed. Can't really display too much of that today here at Motegi with its tight technical nature of more of this circuit. However, they will temporarily lead, and for them, we'll lead a lap. As there is our leader, well, what will be our leader, Tupai, heading back out once again. Imperial still, well, they're still in the pits, but they are on pit exit right now. So I'm just trying to work out where they're going to come out into the mix on that one. And I think as well, Sim Racing PR might have just closed the gap a little bit, maybe, to Tupai after they had that incident earlier on. And of course, really cost them dearly, because that was going to be a fascinating battle at the top end of GT3 that we are going to have play out. Valhalla into the pits too for their driver change. Matt Needef has got into the car for them. Also, Penguin have a driver change as well in GT3 in the BMW. Brion Sohn into the car for them.
Yeah, so all the strategy games playing off here, and we're going to see how that kind of works out towards more the end of the race. Of course, everyone's short fueling, long fueling, staying out for less, staying out for long, and all them kind of strategy games have come into play now. So we'll see if it really works towards the end. But right now, we're seeing net positions here. We see CMHQ Motorsports Red trying to go down the inside. Sim Republic SR3 tries it, but doesn't actually get the move stuck down. Losing a little bit of time on the corner entry in the press as well. So Tristan Martz, unfortunately, losing out big time to Tempest Simsport. That started out a 2-second gap, went into an 8-second gap after the incident that he had into the grass, and now 26 seconds behind. So, yeah, Tempest Simsport having a very, very easy day out here so far in the second phase of this race, as Sim Republic SR3 are being challenged a little bit from Sim HQ Motorsports Red. One that they didn't expect to challenge them at the start of the stint, but they're definitely on the charge now.
That Lamborghini, I think it's Tupai, wasn't it? Definitely aiding them in terms of the traffic there, Sim Republic. Just able to position it between himself and Sim HQ, which made Sim HQ slower off the corner. And whereas they were, what, about 3 tenths behind one another, separating them. A gap now out to around 1.2 seconds. So definitely a bit of traffic management going in the favour of Sim Republic. Tupai still lead. And in fact, Dog Bear, I'll tell you what, they're still out there. They're still carrying on, Owen. I still get epic mileage out of that Ferrari at this stage of the race.
Yeah, that's quite impressive how they're able to push out for this far. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how it works out for them. But yeah, I mean, it's good that they're able to stretch it this far. Kennedy's done a great job so far. I can't think. Well, they were battling Imperial Motorsports, right? So they're trying to really stretch that gap away from Imperial Motorsports or even get their position as well. So they're doing a great job for that so far. And we'll see what works out for them in the end. But it seems like it's going to pay dividend because he's got a massively clean track ahead of him. Nice enough just to push and use that extra fuel that he saved up. And yeah, we'll be able to push forward and hopefully take the place from the Imperial Motorsports car of Leif Peterson.
I got a little bit excited temporarily. Oh, we've got a replay.
Ooh.
What's happened? So there's Penguin. No, Brian Sons, apologies, has not long got into the Penguin BMW. Oh, it's definitely too fast there. Down into turn 1. Definitely.
In other news as well, sorry to interrupt, but the lead, well, Dog Bear, as we were going through, just before we cut to the replay, actually pitted in, just as we cut to the replay as well. So they're in the pits now. Slot driver for Claude Belval don't know if I'm saying that right. Apologies if I'm
I'd
not. But
go with Valval. I'd go with that
yeah.
as well.
Yeah. But he is now into the car, and we're going to see where that car
Also,
comes out.
another talking the pits as well. We Too Fast in LMDH. They're into the pits from third place, weren't they, the Cadillac? So back down off the jack. So that's new tyres for them. And Dogbear head out as well. No driver change for We Too Fast though. Jack Christie still remaining in the car for them. Now, you said about Dogbear battling away with Imperial. Oh, wow.
Talk about sketchy pit exits.
Yes. I just looked down from my timing sheets just to see him come out the pits and just caught that happening. Wow, deep breath, everyone. But crucially, they come out about 5 seconds in front of Imperial, so that's definitely weird.
There it is. There it is from earlier on. The contact between Obsidian Race Future and Backbone Ice Train has now just been under investigation. So, I don't know. I think we need to get a replay of that to see what actually really happened. But I don't think Obsidian should come away with a penalty for that because, yeah, I mean, it didn't look too bad from what I saw. They didn't lose too much positions to Backbone Ice Train Racing Team. They were far away from everyone else. I think they should just be allowed a warning for it at most. If it comes out as a drive-through penalty, then yeah, I think that's a bit of a aggressive penalty and one that will definitely deter others from being super clean. But yeah, I think they should come away with a lighter penalty than that, as we see a replay of what happened here with the Racing Future car. Well, Zachary in the car so far at that moment in time, as you see the Racing Future car come from behind. Sends it quite deep. Okay. That might end up being a penalty for them then. That is super late from Antonio, in my opinion. You know, obviously locked up as a result of it as well and kind of forced him out with nowhere else to go. So that might end up being a slam dunk penalty for that one. But, I don't know. I'd be a bit more fair with it just because of the positions of the race and where they are and what else it caused. But, yeah, I'm nice. So, as we see Michael goes another spin again. Shots us to region in front of the LMP2. That was very close.
Breathe in, everyone. Breathe in, everyone. Wow. Got away with that one. Although sometimes it can be a little bit deceptive, can't it? The way that the camera angle is. I know another one is, for me, it's Watkins Glen just coming into the carousel. Sometimes the cars look a lot closer than what they actually are. Let's see how this all unfolded. So let's see Obsidian LMDH just concentrating in the mirrors maybe and
yeah,
where that was, worrying about that rather than where they were going. And not as close as what it may have looked from our camera angle on the outside. The Paul Hale of Sim HQ there.
Yeah, for sure they look very dangerous from that perspective, but yeah, I mean, Mike was able to get it out of harm's way as quick as he could, and Paul was able to go through with no real issues there as he's letting through the Obsidian Racing Future car that are, of course, under investigation. Would be a shame to see if they get a penalty for it, but of course they are still in contention for what could be a third place here today. But yeah, we'll see what that ends up being like when it is reviewed.
Yes, it's one of the little parts of the story, isn't it, which you can't quite figure out right now. It's going to be fascinating to see how they potentially recover up and can they get onto the podium. It's not out of the question here. I mean, there were some 11-12 seconds behind Penguin, who are holding on to that last place on the podium. It's interesting, isn't it, that little battle with different strategies going on between Penguin, RD2, Obsidian, and We Too Fast right now. All third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, respectively, in class and also overall. Rodriguez, the Iberian, definitely hammered down right now, trying to drag that Obsidian BMW LMDH back up through the order. And so good to see in the chat. We've, a few people in there, as David Anderson saying, such a fun race, great track, it's a real hidden gem. So he's just got out of the car for the Longhorn LMT2, and also good to see the Owen Carroll Farm Club live and well in the chat. Lee Penn and Leo is okay. Oh my word, it is Owen Carroll. It is.
Wow. See, look, make your commentating debut for Apex Racing TV and the fans come scurrying in.
Oh, they flock. They flock. It's good to have you all on board, definitely, as well. RD Simsport 2, they are into the pits from 4th in LMDH right now. So, they got, I think, yeah, so Jared Bridwell, he's been in the car since the start, so they've got to be due a driver change. Also, the organisation, they're running last of the LMDHs, they're into the pits too. Check Rager currently in the car, well, no, I think he's just gone into the car, apologies for them. That was a driver change. Those now showing as being in. I'm not too sure, that was a bit weird on our software, just having a bit of a moment. So there you go, Peter Sidka. So Sikdar, apologies, getting into the car for them.
Yep, Peter Sikdar, obviously last time out in Le Mans, having a really good stint. So yeah, hopefully you can match what he did at Le Mans as well to put RD Sport 2 up in positions a little bit, maybe get a P5 as well. But yeah, I mean, it's not been the best of days for the top scorers out there as well, especially for Obsidian Racing Future. RD Sport 2 has a fairly good race so far, but yeah, Obsidian Racing Future having a not so successful day at the opposite of them.
CMS Racing from 2nd overall. They're into the pits now. Cameron Barker has been in the car for the last couple of stints, doing an absolutely sterling job for them. Now, you say about the top drivers, you know, top teams not having the best data today. For me, as a neutral, I went, that's great. Nothing personal against them, but in terms of the championship, it really blows it right open.
It definitely does. It definitely does, because you had, like, last time out, Penguin Arctic Simulation, obviously with the win in LMDH as well, which was good to see. Of course, we had the RC Sport and Obsidian Racing Future having their little moments towards the very end of the race, so they are definitely in there with the championship now, only 3 points behind Obsidian Racing Future, and now Obsidian Racing Future, well, get a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact and position loss to the car impacted. So yeah, they are hit with a slam dunk for sure. And yeah, good to see that the stewards are being very, aggressive with their penalties to set the example. But unfortunately, people keep picking them up here and there.
I don't know. For me, that one feels a bit harsh.
I would agree that it's a bit harsh because it didn't really cause too much of issues for a lot of people, and it wasn't like it was a battle for the lead. But I can understand why they do it because it sets the example. But I agree it's a bit too aggressive.
I mean, but then you say about not being a battle for the lead, and I suppose this argument lands more so on the side of the stewards as well. It shouldn't really matter whether it's for the lead or if it's not for the lead, because at the end of the day, you're still having your own race. You're still involved in your own battle, no matter where it is in class. So I suppose, to use that as an argument, it shouldn't really matter whether it's for the lead or for, the last couple of places in class. You still lots in the battle. It still affects your race. It's I don't know. It's a tricky. But even so, I still, still think it was maybe a bit on the harsh side. But even so, I'm being consistent with their penalties, definitely for sure. Even if you do think it is a bit harsh, that's what we love, is a little bit of consistency. Is when it's inconsistent, it gets a little bit messy and a bit more argumentative. That is for sure. But Obsidian going to be gutted by that one, and there they come to serve their drive-through penalty.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for them. They're doing well, but yeah, what can you do? One of them things, I guess, with the live and you learn kind of mistakes as well. But yeah, it puts them out of contention for what could have been a potential podium in the end. But yeah, that's what's a bit more comfortably, as well as Penguin RC Simulation and CMS Racing Pro, who are on board now with Cameron Barker. But yeah, it all seems to calm down just a little bit now. I can't really see too many battles out there that are on track, unless I'm mistaken. But as far as I can see, it seems that everyone's fairly spread out. Cameron
Barker's been in the car since the start of this race, we're now at an hour 53 exactly. So he's going to spill over into the 2 hour mark. I mean, that is a long time to be in the car. Having said that, you look at the the big Enduros of the year, to be in the car for 2 hours, there's people out there doing 3 or 4 hour stints, so that's not necessarily a problem per se. Although this is a much more challenging circuit compared to somewhere like Daytona, for example. But I mean, that's got to be due. Just looking at the fair driver policy as well. Of course, each team has to have a minimum of 2 drivers, a maximum of 3, take part in each round. So that's going to be pushing it definitely all the way to the end of his drive time before next driver gets in the car for them, of which I'm trying to think who that is going to be for them. I'll find out for that one shortly as Static Adrenaline into the pits. And we've got a replay.
Yep, started going on again, probably on the entry, a little bit of a mishap, I believe. It's caught a lot of people up today, and it would definitely catch me out if I went to split as well. Yeah, lock up at the front left, and then take it to the grass as well. Stops, I think. Yeah, stops, I think, just to kind of not risk any unsafe entry or whatever, but yeah, it's definitely got a lot of people up today, and would definitely catch me out if I ever tried it as well. Oh.
Definitely.
As Archie Coveney comes into the pits, and I believe it will swap over for Oscar at this point.
Yeah, that's another team that's got to be due a driver change, hasn't it? Yeah, Oscar Coveney getting into the car. We believe currently at this stop, your leader overall and in LMTH right now. Up in the chucks, that car goes. And let's have a look. Yeah, there you go, right on cue. Driver change.
There we are.
There we go. Predicted that one definitely correctly. Definitely. Now, CMS, the 70. Now, I've got this down that you need to, I'm sure within the rules, you have to have 2 drivers.
Yes, you do.
Now, my end, I'm looking for iRacing right now, and Cameron Barker, according to my end, is the only driver registered.
He is. That is true. Yeah. Okay, that must have been a mistake from when they signed up. Then it must have been. I mean, there's no other reason why that would be. I mean, you have the marginally above average sim races as well, which only has 1 person, but I believe they're stopped. So that is strange. Well, I guess we'll find out in the end of the race of what happens with that one, but yeah, it must have been a registering issue.
Yes, but then normally you abandon it or do something with it. I don't know. Well, we'll stay in touch with that one and see that one pans out. Unless something suddenly pops into the system and whatnot, but yeah, we'll keep you in touch with how that one pans out. So there is Chad Dick, another driver who's been in since the start of the race, hasn't he? Yeah. Yes, you mentioned, yeah, they're the team, of course, yes, without the driver change, so without another driver showing at our end, at least, as being registered for them in the portion. Definitely a car that's, well, they've had a bit of a up, down and around type race, although mostly up for them. So currently up 8 places in class. So they've been quietly chipping away, haven't they, at the leaderboard, having started right at the back. Literally dead last, in fact. And I think from memory, didn't set a timing qualifying either, if memory serves me correctly. Let's have a look. No, they didn't. So, as I said at the time, only way is up. Well, they're at 8 places into 7th overall. So I think the organisation might have had another bit of a issue somewhere and come off track. Showing in the log R end. There you go.
Oh dear, that is the 1-1-2 again. Yeah, organisation reversing back onto the track. Okay, thank God they stopped. But yeah, the organisation not having the best days out there in that Mercedes car so far.
Oh no!
Organisation Pro as well, losing it in the same place as their sister car.
Was that sympathy, or was that the cardinal sin of don't hit your teammates?
Oh, it might have been that actually. I mean, I'll have a look at the replay quickly, but I think it might have been. No. Okay, it looks like it was separate instances between the 2 of them. That's an interesting place to lose it though. Down 1 gear and the front end just over-rotates on you, and then all of a sudden here. What's this? I think this is the point where we saw. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, so this is just got to be a purely a sympathy spin.
Same instant, yeah.
Well, I've seen a lot of things in my time, Owen, but I've never seen a sister team have a sympathy spin exactly the same point of the sister car that's just had a spin. That's a mouthful. Oh, as some actual rate. This is Ardy versus Brake Fade. Ardy up the inside there, so that's a 15 class BMW versus Audi. But yeah, that's the first time I've hundreds of hours of broadcasting, and I've never seen that one before.
No, that's a new one. That is definitely a new one. I mean, to spin the exact same way as well, in different cars as well.
Yeah, oh, but yeah.
It's quite interesting.
I mean, that really is going to be game, set, and match. Is the unique circumstances Venn diagram for sure.
So just to pan away real quick as well, I just noticed the gap between Oscar and Blake Reynolds for iRTES as well playing on our simulation in LMDH. I don't know whether that's due to strategy. I can't exactly rule. As we see, James Holman and playing on our simulation in GG3 get in touch with each other a little bit there, not respecting the blue flags and the nature of the same class rule there between the two of them. Now that is contact between the two as we see the iRacing Sport and playing on a simulation car going together, and everything's kicking off now. Jake Rager again spins it on the grass and toes it straight. Oh no, never mind. Doesn't tow it back straight to pit lane. Has to spin round and go straight into the gravel. And now toes it.
No.
Goes into the wall. No.
It's avoided. Well, that's your three, isn't it? You've guessed and guessed wrong. Although, to be fair to you, Owen, I will give it to you that I thought you were jumping to the pits, but you beat me to it each time of saying it. So, yeah, you're definitely not alone in thinking that for sure. But there's your leader, Tupai, in the Lamborghini, and I mean, he's got Sim Racing PR. Last time around, they set exactly the same lap time as Tupai, down to the 100th of a second.
They did. I mean, they've shown that they have good pace, of course, because they were eventually at one point leading the race, above Tupai Racing Team, not by much, but just a little bit. And then obviously the incident they had with the Porsche there as well caused them to have that major setback and that damage as well. So they definitely do have the same amount of pace, but they just can't utilize it because they are, as we see them, pace locked against each other.
Just trying to look back a little bit and see exactly. Oh no!
Oh, Dexter again for the organisation. The organisation is not enjoying the start of this second hour mark. The last hour into the race, they are definitely all over the place as far as the replay happened. What comes along with what happened here between the two of them. This is the 112 car. Dexter Cook, their organisation pros. Looks like it's going to be a spin on entry. No. Well, yes, but.
That's Obsidian, isn't it?
That is. I think they'll be alright with that, to be honest. I think that might be okay. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, okay. They're okay with that. Yeah, that's a front left contact on the light there as well, so it wouldn't have caused too much suspension there.
Now, Obsidian do need to stop, and you tell they're pushing hard because that is right in front of them, way too fast. You have stopped about 10 laps ago. So Obsidian have got, in that Cadillac, have got to be running low on fuel, and on the last few in laps here, pushing hard. Maybe pushing a little bit too hard at this stage of the race. Coming off track there. So they had got themselves to within a couple of tenths of way too fast. So obviously due to that off track. And again, just really expanding that gap now to 2.4 seconds between them. Yeah,
I mean, it's good to see that they're still fighting on. They're not too far behind from the rest of the field there. They are in 5th place as well. But going back on the point of LMDH as well, RD Simsport, now less than a second ahead of Penguin Simulation. I'm not really sure how the strategy games worked out or everything, or if that's an influence, but they have definitely lost some time towards Penguin Simulation. Blake Reynolds has been really quick in that car at the minute, and Oscar doesn't seem to have as much pace as Archie had at the minute, so this is definitely a battle that's shaping up to be a good treat towards the end of the race so far.
So, Thomas Fisher is on his way to relieve Cameron Barker, so we can get rid of that relief. And actually, I've just had a little look, and I can see he's actually joined the session as well. So thank you for that update, David Anderson, in the chat. Also, we've had another member of the Owen Carroll fan club joining the chat.
Wow.
Ollie saying, no way, is that Drive Dead 12?
That is. Hello, Ollie.
Thanks
for turning up.
And I suppose that's a nice cue with. Is that the easiest way to search you on Twitch for your great content and streams that you put on for the community numerous days a week?
Yes, it would be. Yeah, it would be if you type that into the search bar on twitch.tv. That would be what comes up.
There you go. We've even had a couple of a goat emoji for you as well, and Owen Carroll, my goat, as well. I assume they don't mean greatest of all time, just purely a goat.
I mean, maybe I am just a goat. Maybe that's what they're signaling as we see.
Well, that's static, definitely.
Yeah.
And that's static adrenaline. Oh, well, that's an awful place to try and rejoin, isn't it, when you're in that situation, pointing the wrong way, and I think maybe just avoiding a bit of contact with the wall there. Oh, but look at it, it's losing time, hand over fist. The Austin Powers million-point turn kicks in, and eventually they get going. Oh, that's front end damage.
Oh, that's definitely front end damage and suspension damage to them there. They are back to the pits, and there they go. Yeah, that is less than ideal.
Compounding, isn't it? Where you have all of that time spent waiting to rejoin to find out that you can't steer. You may as well just jump to the pits anyway. Inside wall? Yeah.
Whoa.
Wasn't even a big contact. A little bit surprising. I mean, these cars really do seem quite sensitive to damage, both the Cadillac and the BMW.
Yeah, they are definitely sensitive to damage with these with this new damage model for sure. I mean, the initial hit with the wall wasn't too much of an impact, but yeah, with the second contact that was huge as well. As we see Tempest Sim Sport with the 125 RD Sim Sport car, both leading classes there, pass each other on track. There they go together. It's good to see. But yeah, we see Penguin License Simulation behind, able to extend the gap a little bit as Oscar to 1.48, around about 1.4 seconds now between the two of them. So start to build up momentum a little bit with the traffic as well. As you see Penguin get into the gravel a little bit there on the exit, loses to around about 2 seconds now to them. So that battle is still shaping up fairly nicely between the two of them. So yeah, it's definitely spreading out more than we looked for at the start.
So Static Adrenaline have got going again after having just over a minute stationary in the pits, and they've had a driver change too. Leonard Burt, the Canadians, got into the car for them. Seeing Sim HQ right now on second in class. Wait, Tempest on for yet another victory to make it 4 wins from 4. As we have got 54 minutes left of racing.
Yes, that's I think we should have a chat with Vincent Marsh. He's waiting in the wings and interview waiting area, of course. Not the best day for Vincent, but we'll bring him anyway. Vincent, hello there. And yeah, again, it's unfortunate what we saw out there today. Yeah, give us your take on what happened out there and your thoughts on the race so far.
Sorry, could you say that again? My audio just sort of did a not great thing.
No worries, mate. Yeah, I was gonna say, obviously, not the race you were the ones out there today. There's some instances that we saw here and there with your car as well, and yeah, of course, not the race I think you expected out there, but give us your takes on it for the race so far today.
Oh, yeah, I think to sum it up in a word, probably just a little bit frustrating. I know we came into the race hopeful, but probably a little apprehensive, because something that we got a big taste of coming into this race was, of course, it's a 6-race season running over 6 months, and you're rolling over different iRacing seasons, and that means different BOPs. And one of the big hits was all the GT3s have to run a minimum of 1.5 millimeters of toe in, and I don't know if it's every BMW or if it was just us, but we weren't liking it. So the car was handling pretty fine. It's just I think I got caught out a couple times, and by the end of it was a long stint. And by the end of the stint, I think I just wanted to get out of the car and let Zach have some fun, because that's what it is at this point.
Yeah, for sure. It's yeah, good to see you guys are still ploughing on, of course. Good to see you guys are still in 8th place, which is still not a bad position. Only 3 places down from where you started. But what's the attitude going in, and what's the mindset of, or the plan of the last hour here so far?
Plan of the last hour, I know Zach did a stellar job at Fuji. He started his stint in 12th and finished it in 5th. And Zach actually, he was doing a lot better than me in practice at Motegi. So the plan initially was just sort of try and, funnily enough, sort of got to, we thought we were gonna have an opportunity to get back to form, because more often than not, I'm not the fastest guy on the team. But I'm normally the guy defending. So the initial plan at the start of the race is just try and get in front of some of the faster cars and keep them behind us until Zach could get in the car and hopefully pull a gap. Obviously, that sort of went down the drain. So now Zach's just in the car, and it's just a matter of make up as many spots as possible and see where we end up at the end of the race.
Yeah, it was a good plan. I could see that was definitely the mindset going at the start. I see how aggressive you were being towards the drivers, but obviously, it didn't pay off as much as you hoped to. But
yeah, I didn't. Sorry to cut you off. I didn't mean
fine.
to. Yeah, no, I didn't mean to be that aggressive. Sort of the story. I got out of the car and took a good walk. I let Vernon do some spotting for Zach, and then when I came back, I just wanted to review, right? Obviously, that first incident before we got under the bridge was not the greatest. In the car, and I don't want to make any excuses. Like, I mean, I screwed up. But no, in the car, it looked like the Tempest team in front of us had the car just taken a slightly wide line, so I was expecting a normal exit. And then I got out of the car, and it looked like he braked a little deep. So I was trying to get on the throttle for exit, and he was still on the brakes, and it was contact, and I got the worst of it. I mean, thankfully I didn't do anything to them. At least from what I saw, it looked like they continued on fine. And then after that, it was just sort of, it went from bad to worse to, oh man, how the hell did we get here? Because we had the 3 wide at T1 on lap 2. I got the worst of that, and it was after that, I think I was just, if I had to try and place it after that, because it's just a bit of a blur after that, but it was just probably a little bit rattled. I wanted to try and make up some spots of my own, and I was probably following a little too close to guys. Yeah, no, a lot of those contacts, I'll take responsibility for. I mean, I was the guy behind. It's my responsibility, right? Yeah, for me, just sort of short memory, and next month hopefully we'll have a better race at Spa. Right now Zach's is doing his best, and yeah.
Yes, so leading on to that as well, sorry to cut you off there, but how was the altitude obviously from this race going into Spa next month as well? What have you learned from here that you're going to take differently onto Spa next round?
That's a hard question, because we already know, we before the toe change, which we're still trying to get used to, and hopefully we got a month to get more used to it. But I know here we were hoping to just sort of maintain where we were overall, and if we got a good result, even better. Because Spa we know is going to be a struggle in the BMW. We've done Spa in the BMW before in various other races, and we have experience in it. And we know the BMW doesn't like Spa. So I think for Spa it's just going to be a matter of show up and sort of obviously go for the best result possible. But ultimately whatever happens. I don't think there's too many expectations going into Spa.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good attitude to have for sure. And yeah, we wish you all the best for Spa, and wish you all the best for the luck of the rest of this race so far, man.
Yeah, have fun with the rest of the race. I've been catching the stream a little bit, and it looks like it's been a pretty active race for you guys.
For sure.
There's something happening left, right, and center.
For sure, there's always something to talk about, which is always great. So yeah, thanks, Vincent, and we shall see you again very soon.
Yeah. Well. Talking about, you're saying about being spicy there, Owen, and definitely just catching the action while you were chatting it away there. Nearly an incident there for Wild Juice, getting a bit looser and Larry. We've had the RD Sim Sport 4 car nearly into the wall. Well, there you go, it's all happening. Hendricks just got into the car for We Too Fast Racing in the Cadillac in LMDH, and well, off the track there, not what they would have wanted. We've Penguin there into the pits. They're now heading out. Blake Reynolds in the car for them. That's the other Cadillac in the race. Currently looking like third for them. Oh, it's all been kicking off here. So Obsidian into they had a little trip off track 2 as well, I believe it's them. So No, sorry, it was static adrenaline. Apologies. Leonard Burke, he's not long on the car, so they don't on a driver change as well. So definitely all kicking off here inside the last hour. Wow.
Ooh.
There you go. Around again. I'll give that one 7.8 as pirouettes go for Leonard Burke in static adrenaline's BMW.
It's quite impressive. Let's have a look at this. I think it might have been just, on the grass on the right-hand side. Yeah, there's braking, and then, loses it on the grass. Rear right goes into the grass, and that's it. Flips it around, does a nice old pirouette, and comes back onto track.
I'm going to have to deduct a few points. I thought it was a full 360. It wasn't quite, Leonard. That's more of a, I'd say a C-. Must tried harder. Nearly there. Good, but nearly.
It's unfair. You tried his hardest.
Well, he did, yeah. Nearly. Well, maybe upgrade him to a B-. There you go. I'm feeling a bit generous.
There you go.
We've got 45 minutes left. They're second in LMDH and CMSRacing.com Pro in the BMW. Thomas Fisher for them. So, yes, of course, he'd not long got into the car, having swapped around for Cameron Barker, who'd seen out most of this race as Blake Reynolds. Wow. Let's say everything's bigger in Texas, and that was talk about trying to be a bit bigger on the accelerator pedal there. The rear end of that caddy really switching and slapping around like a fish's tail.
Indeed, and that is actually, something that's definitely cost him a lot of time, because Thomas Fisher is now 5 seconds ahead of Blake Reynolds now as well. So, again, strategies may have caused much of it, and, may have been some instances here and there, but as it stands at minute, with the 2 hour and 15 minutes mark, CMS Racing Pro are in P2, never mind! Commentator's curse! Oh my god.
That's in the wall.
Yeah. That is going to be a big impact, and that is going to be them definitely damaged. There they are. Okay.
Now, RD Sim Sport 2 are the interesting one. They're coming in like a freight train. Oh, I can see his hands on top of it there. So there goes RD Sim Sport 2. And also, look at this, the hands inside the cockpit.
That is tyre damage and wheel damage and suspension damage if I've ever seen it before. That's such a shame for Thomas Fisher. Had a great run, was obviously doing well in P2, held it there, and then got it loose a little bit on exit, and that was it. And then, hard to turn it left now. Make sure it's really nice and stable.
It's past 90 degrees just to get it to go in a straight line, just barely getting around the corner there on maximum lock. Oh, that is not in a good way. And in fact, We Too Fast, the second of the two caddies, is catching in a rapid rate of knots here, Owen.
Oh dear, this is such a shame for Thomas Fisher's first lap, first few corners, and that is the mistake that he made. So I'm sure that he's going to be kicking himself, because they're in such a good position for a big haul of points for their championship so far. I'm
trying to remember, Owen. I think they might still have their fast repair up their sleeve. And if they
might
have, well, that's treacherous. Try and get that one home. 7 seconds the gap to We Too Fast. It's shrinking before our eyes. Is going to get it in? No, it's not. And that's going to be a whole heap of more time to...
Hopefully there's no one coming to the pits.
Yes, there is. There's team people coming in.
Oh, that's just a Marts as well. And CMHQ Motorsports red.
I think they timed it just about right there to come into the pits and not lose any time. Thomas Fisher fighting with the car just to keep it in a straight line down pit lane and get it turned into their pit box. He's going to overcook it. No, he's got it stopped in the right place.
There we are.
There you go. They did have their fast repair up their sleeve.
But that is going to cost them so much time. Not only is it costing time in the pits, it's costing time on track as well. As you said, catching that rapid rates and lots of the cars behind the We Too Fast Racing, and all of a sudden, lost time in the pits because of it as well, and that was close between Northern Kinslow and the Audi there. And Thomas Fisher back on track, P6. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that feeling, because I've definitely been involved in that kind of incident before, but...
they'd not long stopped, had they?
No, they just come out the pits. Thomas Fisher just come out the pits for his first lap, and then, round the rear end it went.
I was just mulling it in my mind. Well, why didn't they just looking at everyone else's, when they'd last stopped? Why didn't they just stop a bit longer, stick some more fuel in the car? But of course, couldn't, because there was no more fuel to go in. Yeah. Oh, that's devastating for them. And right now, RD Simsport are looking like 2 cars on the podium overall here from Motegi. A real shake-up in the books. Oh, wow, didn't expect to see that one. Tempest, your leader in LMP2, they're just heading out of the pit. Oh, meanwhile, they've got a commanding lead. Look at that. Even after pitting, and yeah, so everyone else has pitted in LMP2. So, well, that is amazing. 1.5 minutes, nearly a whole lap. They are ahead, looking well on course to make it 4 wins from 4. Is Silvera for Tempest Simsport. The Iberian are going to bring this one home for them. They won't need to stop, I don't believe. Maybe a little bit of fuel saving just to make sure they get over the line, but even so, as things sorted out, there you go. Actually, no, probably not as much as what I thought. There's the timing just updating itself. So a meager 35 seconds in the bag. Not much.
Oh, as you see, the Organisation Pro skipping on the grass, then come back on track. Organisation Pro, or well, organisation as a whole, has not had the greatest of days here at Motegi so far. They've been off track left, right, and centre so far, especially with their Mercedes car as well. So, yeah, shame for them to be losing it like this so far. But oh, and just I speak about it, losing the road as well. That car.
Oh, hold on, in the background.
Oh,
that's way too fast. They are too fast into the corner and chasing down hard to try and make up time over RD Simsport 2, and that's not going to help them, and that may well just end their chances of catching RD Simsport 2, who do need to pit again by my recollections. Yes, they will do. We too fast might make it to an end, and then on the grass yet again. They need to calm down. I mean, if they had kept it where it was, I think they would have been okay, maybe.
Yeah, they've been as we see Organisation Pro, or the Organisation Mercedes, as I was talking about earlier. Off track again.
So these two are really in synchronicity, isn't it? We see them spinning at the same time on the same corner. They always seem to come off the track within a few seconds of one another.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that they're showing some team spirit against each other and showing
it's
okay,
coordinated effort, isn't it?
Yeah, they're showing each other that it's okay. It's okay to make mistakes and continue on with some prowess and some pride and keep moving forward. Oh.
They are the last running car out on track. Only 2 retirements here today. Tempest Simsport and GT3 in the Audi. We lost them all the way back on lap 30. Currently on lap 83. And Blue Shell Racing in LMP2. We lost them all the way back on lap 25. As they had another issue. This is going very, very slowly.
They do.
They've just come off track.
And the side of their car doesn't look exactly straight as well. If you look here at the number board, it is fairly bent in as well.
A few scrapes and bashes, and Samuli about to inform us here of exactly what's happened through the medium of replay. Run wide? No?
Into the wall.
Okay.
Yep, that's it. That's where the damage has come from. That will be damage to the left side. That will be their either suspension slightly damaged or their aerodynamics massively hindered as well, as you can see as it comes through the corner now.
Leaning on your technical expertise and knowledge of these cars, because he hit the wall pretty much like side on, it was more of a glancing blow. If he had the wheel straight when he hit it, do you think that would have got away without any steering column or suspension damage, maybe? Or it will purely be aero?
Well, it does depend on where he hit the wheel. It's not really a case of the steering angle. It's more of a case of how side on the car was, as you can see him going to the bits now to fix that damage. But yeah, it really is kind of very treacherous as iRacing damage, because if you go into it parallel completely into the wall, you might be okay. But if you go into it, what's happened?
I talked about synchronicity. Just reviewing that incident from the other organisation car. You're about to find out, Owen. You're about to find out.
Uh-oh.
It's happened again. Synchronous. Oh, no, so just giving room. There you go. This is where a lot of the organisation's incidents have happened. It's just trying to do the gentlemanly thing of letting through the faster traffic. If they stuck on the racing line a bit more and been a bit more assertive and dominant of it, I think they wouldn't have had half the incidents which they had as... Oh, this is RD Simsport 2. Now, they were running third in class. What has happened to them? Oh, so Penguin loses it in front of them. Oh, and they just make... now.
That will be fine. That will be fine, I think. If it's not fine, that's interesting, but I think they should be alright with that. It's very slow. Contact on the front left, not exactly the front left suspension axle or tyre or whatever, as we see organisation off once again. But they should be okay with that. They shouldn't come away with any damage from that at all. If I'm wrong, then I'll be surprised. But yeah, it's a shame because they've obviously lost a lot of time. Penguin lost a simulation up the road. 8 seconds separate them now. So they've obviously lost a lot of time because of that. And they lost 3 seconds compared to the guys ahead, so not too much, but yeah, I think they should be right.
By taking their commanding stance of GT3, but continuing it on here at Motegi. Currently running 35 seconds clear of Dogbear Black. However, Selfs and Dogbear yet to stop, but they will need to stop again before the end of the race. Now, looking at where Sim Racing PR are, they don't need to stop. They stopped only 3 laps ago, so they're good enough to carry them home all the way to the end of the race. So they'll definitely jump above Dogbear. I'm not sure. I don't think they're going to come close enough to 2Pi. So I think the gap's been around about 17 seconds, hasn't it? There or thereabouts to 2Pi. Now, looking at last lap times, in fact, they have been running quicker at the hands of Miguel Curlon in the Lamborghini. So, no, I don't know. This one could be a little bit interesting. See where that one comes out. Also, it's having a little look behind them as well, Owen. So, RD Simsport 4. I mean, that's a great result for them to get themselves back up to 4th in class. I don't think they're really going to catch up onto the back end of Imperial in the Audi any much more. So, even so, 11 seconds, so 13 seconds is what they will need to make up. And also, Imperial do need to stop again, so I don't see them finishing inside the top 3, but this is still very much game on for that top 3, certainly for second place even. Fascinating stuff. And well, Holman had that a little bit of an incident in the wall, probably about 20 minutes or so ago. I think that might have cost them any chance of finishing onto the podium, as I think the Organisation Pro may be retiring that car, essentially.
Yes, it looks like they are doing that. Well,
I think no, that's a driver change. So still stationed. It was blinking. You see him flashing out. I thought that was going to be a retirement. No, taking on the repairs, and they're going to have a driver change. So Keenan Massey's going to get into the car for them. And I think that's definitely one of the teams we'll be glad to see the back of this round. That's for certain. Wow, I mean, kind of looking to be an all-Italian lockout of the podium here in GT3 in terms of manufacturers. As RD Simsport 2 coming into the pits, they've had an incident. They've had an incident.
And they've actually gone the wrong way into the pit entry as well, so maybe that might be a unsafe pit entry. Because they've actually gone in what seems...
Did they go in after the cone? Let's find out.
From what it seemed, they went in the wrong way. I might be wrong though. Let's see a replay of what happened here. Yeah. Peter has got confused as to where the pit entry actually is and gone to the escape road instead. That might be an unsafe entry.
We'll find out about laps. Well, actually, no, because they'll get... Oh, no. Now, that is a CMS Racing Lamborghini. Kevin Ayres says... well, by the tyre marks that are in the grass in the background, Owen, I'd say he's missed the wall. May need a change of underwear, but that front end is not looking healthy. And from this replay, it is looking healthy for the incident. So maybe a bit of front end damage. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's fast. Yeah, yeah.
No, they were running 10th in class, so that's not going to affect things further up the standings too much. There's definitely going to be a fair bit of issues with turning that Lamborghini Huracan GT3. So RD now, yeah, there's been a penalty. There's definitely been a penalty because look, RD are still stationary. That's cost them a place on the podium.
Yeah, that's definitely longer than what a pit stop should usually take. So that's definitely, yeah, a penalty for RD since what their unfortunate events for Peter there.
Yeah, 40 seconds, isn't it, for an unsafe pit entry?
Yeah.
So they should be getting going any second now-ish, based on their pit time. they're still stationary. Maybe a little bit longer and they'll get going. So you're looking at about 50 seconds. Yeah, they've got going now. So yeah, that's their 40-second. You called it. Absolutely smack on. Unsafe pit entry. Ah, gutting for Ardy, and that stops their double podium overall. And that means we've got the two caddies, the only two Cadillacs in on DH. And as things stand at the moment, Owen, they're going to finish on the podium. The both of them. That's astounding, isn't it?
That's yeah, I definitely didn't expect. I mean, the podium, obviously, if you look on paper, it's you know, going to be iRacing Sport, obviously in Race Future, and iRacing Sport 2. But yeah, this is definitely a surprising turn of events, especially for Penguin Racing Simulation as well, who did obviously take the win out last time at Le Mans, with Static Adrenaline going off track once again, trying to find his way back on as needed as possible. But yeah, Penguin Racing Simulation aren't any strangers to the podium, that's for sure, and they are sitting P2 comfortably here, and that could bump them up into P1 in the standings after this race, which in fact it will do. Obsidian Racing Future in P5, Penguin Racing Simulation in P2. Only 3 points behind is Penguin Racing Simulation, so that'll put them into P1 in the standings.
I said earlier, this race wasn't done and dusted with some twists and turns to the story and the plot line. Well, we weren't wrong at all, were we? We weren't wrong at all.
No.
And another stat as well, interestingly. Now, RD do need to stop again, but they've lapped everyone up and to and including third place. That is an astounding result, for sure.
Yes, it is indeed. It's. I mean, I just this whole race together has so many turns and twists, and there are things you never really expected to happen, and then here we are with Nolan Kinslow with the SimHQ Motorsports orange car. No choppers in that corner. I said this at the start of the race. I knew some of these corners would catch these drivers out by surprise, but this is yeah, definitely been catching a lot of people out. It's a track that's been, well, on cue with the organisation as well, catching the organisation specifically out. A lot of corners, and Stack Adrenaline again. Doing all types of donuts, 30 minutes too early.
And that is, they've only just had an incident, what, 30 seconds ago?
Yeah,
So
they went off at turn 4, yeah.
That's not a good time they're having. Well, certainly, definitely a good lap. Ooh, under investigation, RD Simsport and We 2 Fast Racing. Now,
Ooh.
that's your leader. Which way round was it? I can't remember seeing that incident.
No, I think we might need to get a replay of that if we can.
I know, if I know Samuli, well, he will be furiously trying to work out through the event log exactly where that one happened. If it was RD Simsport making contact with We 2 Fast, then that just blows open the race with half an hour to go.
Yes, yeah.
Oh,
Let's
here
have
we
a look
go.
at what happened. So, Hendrick just walked 3 2 Fast Racing in front of RD Simsport here. So we're coming through the very flowy section before the back straight. Oh! Okay, that's very, very similar to what happened with the Obsidian Racing Future car and the RD Simsport car. It'd be good if we can get on board as well, Simon, if you can. Just on the RD Simsport car as well, because that is very similar to what happened at the very start of the race. So he's coming into the left-hander. Moves over to the right. Way Too Fast is very slow. Goes to the left-hand side. Okay, I wouldn't put that on RD Simsport. For me personally, I wouldn't put that on them because they're coming through to lap Way Too Fast Racing at that point. It seems like Way Too Fast are coming to the left.
I'm going to throw at you. It's down to the car passing. It's written out, you know, in the iRacing Code of Conduct. It's down to the car passing to do it in a safe manner.
Yeah.
And as you said, RD Simsport, well, they got hit with exactly the same penalty and in exactly the same circumstances right at the start of the race. Can Lightning strike twice? Well, in this situation, I think it may well do. However, with a minute and 15 gap back to Penguin at the hands of Blake Reynolds, I think even with a 30-second, even with the drive-through, they're still coming out and winning this one. But they do, I believe they do need to stop again to get themselves home. So they need to effectively, if they do get a penalty, that means they're stopping twice. Pneumatic, they're into the pit lane. Dog Bear Blackfoot and the Ferrari, they're into the lead of GT3. Well, Tupai, they're going to take that one back again. Where is Sim Racing PR? They're the interesting one in this. Now, they're not going to need a full stop, are they, Doug Bear Black, to get themselves home? Oh, Owen. Well, this is going to... We've got 26 minutes just coming up to, with a little bit of change left. And this is going to be absolutely fascinating as to who clinches this one.
See, I'm just flicking my mind back to the Fuji round of the second round of Fuji, when a very similar kind of thing happened here, but it was with a GT3 instead. iRacing Sport were leading by a comfortable margin, and then all of a sudden there was a bit of an incident which, to be honest, wasn't iRacing Sport's fault, and then they got hit with the driver penalty for it. And we've seen that the stewards have been quite strict lately with their penalties and decisions so far. So as we see, Longhorn Racing go into the wall there at one of the final corners for Larry Ford. But yeah, I don't think that's iRacing Sport's fault. But if I'm going off of how the stewards have been lately with the instances, I am going to say that they would pick up the drive-through penalty. But I hope they don't, because I know how frustrated they was last time out in Fuji when the penalty was struck on them when it probably shouldn't have been. But I feel like it might end up being not in their favour. Yeah,
I mean, based on what we saw right at the start against Obsidian, a carbon copy incident, I'd say they've got a penalty coming their way.
But that was for a lapped car though, right? So...
But you still got to. Yes, I get what you're saying on that, but it's still down to you to pass them safely. You know what it's like when you've been stoned by a penalty. In still situations, you tend to be a little bit more cautious. Now, okay, it was Archie Coveney rather than Oscar in the car. As that's static adrenaline. Getting caught out by that corner's caught so many people out today. I can't think of many cars that haven't been off there. Wow, this is going to be fascinating as well. In GTD, the car RD Simsport, we said about, it would be a struggle for them to make it back onto the podium. Well, they've got a chance here because they are, only 3/4 of a second now behind a chance of stepping onto the podium after that disconnect when they were leading by, well, actually, no, they've got to stop again. So actually, forget about that one. Scratch that. But, I mean, even if they can come home 4th or 5th, that's going to be an amazing recovery drive for the RD Simsport 4 guys in GC3. As well, there's Imperial heading their way through, and RD haven't even come into their pit box yet, so that's looking like it's going to be 5th for them, I would say. But they might come out around team brake fade, potentially, so maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Still plenty of time to find out on that one.
Yeah, it's definitely all kicking up towards the last part of the race here so far. But, yeah, I can't help but feel that iRacing Sport will be on the back foot, especially with that penalty, just waiting for that decision to come through with only just over 20 minutes to go.
Here comes Imperial in the Audi. There you go. In fact, RD Simsport 4 baking out ahead of them. So that's, well, I think just keep if James Holman, the Brit, can keep it on the road, that's going to bring them home. Well, an amazing 4th place. An amazing 4th place if they can secure that one. Just keep it on the black stuff, James. And that'll be an amazing result for you guys. Well, I suppose we're going to find out probably in about the next 10 minutes' time what's going to happen to RD.
Yeah, I mean, I should assume that it will come fairly soon, because then it will give everyone the time to sort out their positions and stuff like that. But yeah, of course, Penguin RC Simulation still have driven a very good race today, and we still have to wait for Oscar to pit as well to see where they're going to come out together. But Penguin RC Simulation has definitely been one to watch in the Cadillac so far, and of course, Penguin RC Simulation being one of the main sponsors of the series as well. So head over to penguinrc.com to browse sim racing peripherals for your rig, button boxes, wheel boxes, all kinds of wonderful boxes and sim racing peripherals to choose from. So penguinrc.com, and thanks to them for sponsoring this wonderful championship that has provided so much action so far of round 4 at Motegi here on this Sunday evening so far. But of course, they are really putting in the times. They haven't really had too much of a gap spread to iRacing Sport in terms of since they've pitted as well. So yeah, of course, iRacing Sport will have the benefit of not adding as much fuel in. So I do believe that they'll come out way ahead of them. But obviously, that drive-through penalty could be looming their way soon. And we'll have to see what the outcome of that investigation is in the end.
Wow. So hanging on in there. Like, oh, Marty. Ooh, Owen, this is going to be fascinating, this finish. I mean, having said that, we've had some amazing results out there for so many teams. I mean, Longhorn, they're up 6 places into 7th overall, and their Lamborghini and GTD. These guys, Penguin RC and LDH, 4th place, haven't started 6th into 2nd. Chance of being on the podium, and as well, the last LMDH to still be on the lead lap. Solid result from them. As well as having 2 Cadillacs on the podium. Only 2 of them starting the race, and both on the podium. That's a great result. We too fast. In the hands of Hendrick to Swart. Currently in the car for them in 3rd. LMP2. Tempest, flawless display from them. Absolutely flawless. Lead by 34 seconds over Sim HQ and Sim Republic, 3rd in class. Both Tempest and Sim HQ remaining where they started. In fact, future retirements and, off tracks and such like.
Oh.
Kind of
Sorry to interrupt you, but a drive-through penalty for RD Sim Sport. There it is.
I had the feeling, Owen. I had the feeling. I know you were optimistic for them. Oh, well. Right. Okay, so they've got a 7 within the next 3 laps. Minute and 14 is the difference between themselves and Blake Reynolds of Penguin RC. Oh, there's the organisation off again. Now, are they going to get... Now, this would be double jeopardy if they got held up here, RD. No, they don't. Luckily for them. Might have had a bit of a pre-warning from the sister BMW there in GC3. Exactly what's happening in front of them, or even just the spotter, but... Right, how long is it going to cost them? It's a very short pit lane, isn't it, here? So I think they're still okay for this one.
But the issue is something though, right, so they obviously got to take their drive-through, which isn't too much of a damage to in terms of their lap time, around about 20-25 seconds. But they also need to take their pit stop, which will obviously be shorter than Penguins because they'll have less fuel to put in the car. But it may end up being like almost like a full kind of pit stop anyway. So I believe that the distance between Penguin RC and iRacing Sport will be very close. Whether it'll be them still ahead or Penguin RC just in front, I believe it will all equal up because they'll have to take their drive through, go out again, be about 20 seconds, and then take almost their quote splash and dash in a way. And that will equal, say, around about 40 seconds as well. So,
talking of which, Owen, they've got to be running very close to being empty on the tank.
Yeah.
Because they stopped on lap 68, currently on lap 95, so you're nearly 30 laps deep. Obviously, now, correct me if I'm wrong, you need to serve your drive-through before you do your pit stop. Otherwise, iRacing has a fit and disqualifies you. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So, they need to come in now. They need to serve their drive-through, go round again, and then take the pit stop.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, as I was saying, like with the 25 seconds they'll spend now, they'll go and do that. And then when they've completed this drive-through, they'll go out again, and then come in when they need to fill up the car. And then that will be their pit stop done then as well. But like I think all that time added together will equal the distance for a full pit stop as well. So we'll see what they come out now. So they've done their drive-through, and eventually they'll have to come into their pit stop, whenever that may be, which we're not too sure of yet. But we'll see what their gap is when they come out now, compared to Blake Reynolds in the Penguin RC simulation car. And then eventually, which will be very, very soon when they take their actual pit stop, then it will be... as you see, Thomas Fisher for Seamless Racing Pro in P4, take a little bit of trip into the wall. Doesn't seem to be too much damage for him. They keep going in P4. Around about 6 seconds separates him and Antonio so far, so that gap is coming down very, very quickly. And super close between them two at the minute as well. But in terms of the gap between RDC Sport and Penguin RC Simulation, on my screens it's stuck at 1 minute and 13. I don't know if that's the same for you.
It is at the moment. It's waiting for it to head. I think when they cross the line, which is very, very shortly, it should then update.
Yes.
Yes, it's...
There you go, it's coming down now.
Okay, sorting itself out. I think that's going to settle around about the 56-second mark.
Yeah, 20 seconds is around about what I thought, so that's around about right. So Okay, so I believe that iRacing will still keep this lead because their pit stop towards the end will be very short. We know the pit stop length for the drive-through has only been about 20 seconds, if that anyway. So I believe they'll still be able to keep their win. So it's not that detrimental to their lead limit. So they should be coming in either now or within a few laps' time. Okay, so it's in a few laps.
It'll be the latter. It'll be the latter, where a few laps time. I had to find that one. Now, just looking at it, it's time to break out, strategy times. Maybe. I'm just trying to have a bit of a look at it. So I think everyone else behind them, Penguin, Read Too Fast, etc., they're all good to go to the finish, I believe. Now, how? I'm just trying to have a bit of a look through their last strategy. So last stint. So they stopped at lap 46, and then they stopped again. When did they stop? Hold on, bear with me one moment, viewers. I'm trying to have a bit of a look. There you go. Samuli's on it. So 34 to 68. So that's 34 laps, which would put it at 104 laps roughly, by my reckoning. No, 102 even. We're currently on lap 97. Look at a minute and a half. So yeah, so they will need it. It'll be very much a splash and dash, but yeah, they're going to have to stop again by my maths.
Yes, it seems like they will have to stop again.
There you go, 34, 34.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be the tiniest splash and dash. It'll pretty much be like a drive-through, but just with like 5 seconds, if that, worth of fuel. So yeah, turns out the drive-through doesn't really pay that much difference to them as much as I thought.
No. Now I need to hold on. I'm going to break out my calculator here.
Here we go. Strategy.
Stand by, powered by a iPhone calculator. Because you don't actually use your phone as a phone anymore in this day and age. Everything but. So, how long have we got left on the clock? So we've got about 14 minutes roughly till the clock runs out. Obviously there'll be a lap, maybe an additional lap, not sure. So we're looking at roughly, they're lapping 1 minute 38. So you're looking at around about, there's another 10 laps remaining here. So yes, they are definitely going to have to, there's at least another 10 laps. So they're going to have to stop again, Owen. By my that's probably about 9 laps left. They are going to have to stop again. But like you say, it's only enough for them to get them home, maybe a 3-lap stint. Maybe 4 push. So it will be, as you said, rightly so, it will be, oh look, there's some fuel, and off you go again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it will not be the most amount of fuel in the entire world for sure, because they, yeah, as you said, there's 2 close in the race, and the fuel for the LMDH is fairly quick as well as it fills up, so it'll just be a smooth sail for them. But iRacing Spot 2, we haven't spoken about them in a while. They're in P7. They did take the fastest lap, 38.20. The track temp is coming down loads, so obviously we can expect the times to start dropping with that as well as they have been. The average lap time dropping ever so slightly, as we see here, 86 degrees Fahrenheit. For the track temp, that's dropped a lot since the last time we looked as well. 30 Celsius, that is. There we are, 30 Celsius, which is a fairly cool track temp for this time of the year. And Static Adrenaline off at the same corner once again.
I wonder whether they. This is one of the teams I worry about, whether they, as you mentioned, 25 incident points is what you get for your first penalty. Until you get your first penalty even. They, on my reckoning, got to be sailing incredibly close. Them, along with the organisation Pro and the organisation, obviously in LMDH, and also the organisation Mercedes in GT3. They've got to be very, very close to hitting that limit. I mean, that's the last thing they're going to want. It's going to rub real salt into the rings if they have to endure that one. But, wow, dying minutes here. Inside, the last 12 minutes of racing. We've got a battle on our hands. 4th versus 5th. CMS versus Obsidian, the two BMWs in LMDH, and Rodriguez, he's got a bit between his teeth. Oh, I thought that was just going to be a fake sandwich, so I looked away, Owen.
Yeah, the fake.
Oh, contact!
A bit of aggressive move there by the CMS Racing, LMDH there, but Antonio Rodriguez not backing out at all. Keeping ahead and keeps that position nice and tucked in there as well. But yeah, a fake move turns out to be a real one there as CMS Racing Pro still has a little bit of advantage here. Straight line speed. Oh, I thought he'd try and go down the mid side there, but doesn't. And misses the corner, locks up the brakes, and that's it. That's the position done for them. But yeah, see Oscar Coveney coming into the pits.
Stopping again. I panicked then. I forgot their pit box is right down the end of the pit lane. I thought that was another drive-through for them. I was thinking they can't have that many incident points, surely, but no. Here we go, splash and dash in votes. It's a bit more than a splash, I'd say. It's definitely going to be a dash to the finish. 15 seconds, there you go, is what they've taken on board, so not the worst amount. Now, 58 seconds was the gap when they came in. What is it going to be now they've come out? We'll wait for this just to tumble down and even itself up as they get themselves back up to racing speed, but it's by my reckoning, it's about a quarter of a lap advantage that they've got over Penguin, so I mean that's still going to be like 20 or 30 odd seconds at least by the time it gets sorting itself out now. But yeah, this is going to be comfortable. Oh, maybe a little bit low. 25 there. 24.
Yeah, 24 seconds. Fair enough. That's really good strategy work there by the RD Sensible guys. Of course, if Penguin lost a simulation for the same strategy, then they would be right on the tail of RD Sensible. But they have done their job well. They have saved enough fuel, and they are now leading the race, even with the drive-through. They've had 2 drive-throughs today, and they've still stayed in the lead throughout the entirety of the race so far. Well, apart from the first few laps, but after the incident, they've stayed in the lead even with the drive-through. So, really great stuff from them too. And it's good to see that they're still keeping in good form and good shape, and they will be moving up the order from 4th place in the championship. I believe they may well into 2nd place, with Penguin License Simulation taking the top spot after this.
Also, in all of that, We Too Fast, he's currently 3rd in the Cadillac. They've got themselves back onto the lead lap.
Wow. They're in, 3rd place because of it as well.
So, solid result for them, although that late-on penalty for RD Simsport definitely helping and facilitating that one from happening. Is just looking as we head inside the last 10 minutes now. What a race it has been through trials and tribulations, drama in abundance, and some real solid results out there for numerous drivers and numerous teams. 2Pi Racing has been one of them. Started 4th on the 2nd row of the grid, and well, since they took the lead, they've just looked untouchable, haven't they? I know they've had a little bit of good luck come their way in the form of Sim Racing PR when they had a little bit of an incident earlier on. They just opened up that gap enough to just help them push on even further and further. But still, I mean, 7.8 seconds. That gap was right about 17, I believe, at one stage. So Sim Racing PR have closed it in, but I suppose when you've got that much of a gap, you can afford to not take as many risks and just play it a bit more safe. And well, that's definitely been the order of the day here, hasn't it?
Yeah, I was going to mention that as well. The gap has definitely come down in the last stages of this race so far, but of course you mentioned they have done well enough to keep that gap where it was and have that buffer, and able to, if they was to start losing some pace, then they have that kind of buffer there to keep it there as well. So yeah, great stuff from 2Pi Racing team to get the momentum, and in terms of the standings as well, they're currently sitting in 3rd place. They've picked up 3rd place, 2nd place, and then not being in 6th on the last round out. So yeah, they're going to get some healthy all the points and move themselves up into, I believe, 2nd place now. RD Sport 4 still being in 4th place, so they're going to still keep their momentous lead of 13 points over the rest of them. But yeah, 2Pi Racing team definitely moving themselves up, and Temper Simsport 101 definitely moving themselves right down the stay where the first to retire.
I mean, talking about, recovery drives, you can't fault it really, can you, from RD Simsport 4? I'm trying to think how far they fell down, Owen. It must have been to about, I think they were outside the top 10 in class, weren't they? From memory. I think about 11th or 12th rings a bell to me. So to get yourself back into fourth, it's and still stay on the lead lap. One of only 5 cars in GT3 that have managed to do so. It's impressive stuff.
It is. It is. James Holman's been really lugging in the work and lugging in the laps as well as Steve Miller, who had that unfortunate disconnect. And that's why I found it quite brave. They put him in straight away after a disconnect. Usually it's the other driver that gets in to allow your internet or whatever it is to sort itself out. But no, just nothing wouldn't happen again. And fortunately enough, it didn't. And they kept on going with Steve Miller in the car. And now James Holman takes over. And they've done really well to keep a fairly decent position to what they had before.
And also, the fastest lap in GT3 by a considerable margin as well. I'm just having a scan through just to make sure there's nobody faster than, I think Sim Racing PR are the second fastest in terms of fastest laps with a 51.8. These guys are 51.1. It was done all the way back on lap 2.
Yeah.
And they would have had a clear track in front of them. But even so, I mean, these latter stages, especially with the cooler track temperatures, significantly cooler track temperatures as well. It's where, and also with this field being more spread out than being a chance of having a clear track in front of you for a whole lap. That's a really, really solid shout.
Yeah, they've been doing really well. I mean, it's typical with the championship to see iRacing Sport 4 being the top of the top in GT3 so far as well. Not only have they just won every round so far, but they've won it with some serious margins as well. So, yeah, I mean, last time out, their total laps overall in the entire championship, disregarding round 4, has been 258, and the Tempo Sport car, which is the car below, 257. So they have gone a total of 1 lap further in race distance than Tempo Sport. That just shows you how quick they've been over the past three races, and of course they've been quick today, but the result isn't there to tell the story. But fortunately, there is a live stream to prove what happened.
Most certainly has. Most certainly has. And I do believe, I'm trying to do some very, very vague maths right now. I believe that 2Pi will actually, after this round, take the lead in the championship, maybe? Ooh, no, it's going to be close, but it's definitely going to close it up dramatically. So they were 18 points behind RD SimSport 4.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's... just having a little bit of a look now. So you're talking... actually, no, they're not going to take the lead. Apologies, because they're 5th, aren't they? They're, sorry, 4th. So there's only 7 points difference between the two things. So it's definitely going to close up. They've shut the gap down to 11 points behind them. So that's closer than, well, Tempest, who were second coming into this round in the championship, they were 13 points behind. So their lead at the top of GC3 has definitely shrunk.
Oh, that's a puncture. A puncture from regular RC simulation. You can now hear it with the iRacing updates. You can hear the tyres when they have a puncture. You can hear kind of the rolling and the flapping around the tyre on the right hand side, it seems.
And they kept going.
They kept going. I'm lost for words.
Well, hold now. Is it because, now look at the clock, 2 minutes 57 seconds. We've got about a couple more laps here. Now, where are the team behind them? Well, they've got 14 minutes. Well, they've got 14 minutes the advantage to the organisation who are behind them. They've got to have lost a place to Wild Juice.
They
could have stopped, really. Come in, replaced all 4 tyres. They could have took a full tank of fuel, a drive swapped, had gone out for dinner, come back again, and they still would have been in 12th place in class. So I think this is a little bit of a risk that they did not need to take.
So I don't exactly understand why they continued, because it does put a little bit of a quote-unquote danger to the rest of them being very slower as well. But
I mean,
I'm trying to think of a reason why, but I can't really understand why, to be honest.
I mean, and also, by the time, the reason why you have tyres fail on you like that is when you get down to 0% grip. Ooh, who's that off? SimHQ and Sitfi and LMDH. Oh, that's second place. Sim Racing PR off as well.
Still kicking off in the last few minutes here as well, but
Hold on.
yeah. Oh, so they're jumping off again as well.
Hold on. RD Simsport are up into third. In
They are.
GC3.
They are. How did they are? Dog Bear Black. Did they have an issue that we didn't see?
They must have done.
Yeah.
Hold on, who's in the car? So Claude Bavel's in. Bavel, even apologies, is in the car for them. They've had to come in and do a splash and dash. That's why.
Ah, yes.
4.5 seconds on. Well, basically they're on their first out lap. So that is what. Wow, what a recovery for RD Simsport. What a recovery.
It is indeed. Oh, as we see a move with Kevin Ayers, CMSRacing.com goes, and that's really looking good. Pull back on Azure and rest team. Oh my god, through the last sector, which is going to be very tight and narrow, but they're still keeping side by side. Great races so far, great respect from the two of them.
There's the slow BMW, and that's going to trip them up, and they squeeze through 3 wide across the start-finish line. And amazingly, still keep that car going. Defensive goes to BMW. 1 lap left to go between these two. You've got to give it everything you got, guys. 3 hours of racing done and dusted, but it doesn't matter. It comes down to the final lap here from Motegi. All over 8th place as back pain in the BMW tried to hold off the advancing Lamborghini, but it's not enough as they run in deep and they look for the cutback. Do back pain, but they're not going to get it. And that is CMS Racing. The hands of Kevin Ayres up into 8th in class. Lamborghini scampers away.
They're being lapped by 2 Power Racing Team as well, the leaders so far. Oh, it's going to be close. Ooh. Just 2 Power Racing Team comes through as well, separates that battle even more. They're flashing away from behind, but unfortunately, guys, you were a bit too far away from having to do much damage from there. But yeah, as we see, Penguin RC Simulation off. Luckily enough, they're not going to lose any positions because of that, but it's a shame that their stint has ended in that form. Late runs off, and we have Pneumatic Motorsports off as well. Everyone's going off in these last few stages as we have Oscar Coveney, Riley Sports coming through to take the win of round 4 in Motegi. A great race from Archie and Oscar today. Come through 2 drive-throughs and still keep the win and the lead for the word go pretty much with the contact with Obsidian as well. But they come through and win in dramatic fashion and a great strategy to finish it off as well. So great job to them. As we see, Felipe Silveira as well for Temper Sport, leading from start to finish as per usual for these guys in the LMP2, extending their championship lead even more, making it 4 wins back to back for these guys. So congratulations to Temper Sport, number 11 car. And of course we have Penguin RC Simulation finishing in P2 as well, so great result for them. And we see Jose Correa for 2 Racing Team Atabi crossing the line in P1 as well, so great race from them. Good to see him on the top step of the podium. They go finishing in style as well with a 9-second lead over Sim Racing PR. Great race from them today. And of course, RD Sport 4, how could we forget their dramatic comeback? As we see, RD Sport 2 car finishing off with a bit of frustration still left in the car as well. But yeah, great race from everyone out there today, really. I mean, not much as was raised. Obviously, there's been a lot of instances, a lot of moments of trials and tribulation. But yeah, it's been a good one to watch.
What a race what a race we've experienced here. Well, limping in. Sounds like it's almost out of fuel a little bit.
Yeah, he is. You can hear it in the engine as well. It's just giving up, and then there we go into the box. He can actually cross the line, though, I've noticed. He hasn't got a checker flag out for his name, so he needs to keep going forward here. There we go. Just ever so slightly, just creeping and crawling to the line ever so slowly. Wait for the checker flag to come out next to the name. Penguin RC Simulation have crossed the line. There we go. There is all of our drivers out there today crossing the line and finishing off a race which has been filled with, well, just mayhem and madness, really. So there is a safe for Motegi so far with Oscar, with some nice weaving there at the end as well. Going back into the pits.
Wow. Trials, tribulations, to say the least.
Yeah, it's been good.
Wow.
It's been, well, a race that I expected to happen, you know, in terms of the instances that we've had so far today. I did say at the beginning of the race, you know, everyone would have crashed a certain part of the race, which has happened, you know, whether it be on the extra track or into each other as well. There's been a few instances which have been questionable. You know, it's had a bit of everything. This race had absolutely a bit of everything, which is great to see. And yeah, really good to see all different types of races as well, which is what the championship provides. As we look through the race results now, iRacing Sport with the win, followed by 24 seconds over Penguin Arsenal Simulation. Sponsor of this league, of course, thanks to them. And We Too Fast Racing picking up a podium place as well. So 2 Cadillacs, P2 and 3, which is good to see. Sim Racing Future, a decent comeback after what they had at the start of the race into P4. SimSRacing.com Pro in P5. SimHQ Motorsports Orange, followed by iRacing Sports 2. Pneumatic Motorsports Blue. Static Adrenaline and the Organisation Pro finishing off the LMDHs for today. Moving on to the LMP2s of the race today, of course. Tempest Simsport, your usual top split podium sitters here today. 35 seconds over SimHQ Motorsports Red and Sim Republic SR3 finishing out the podium places with Penguin RC Simulation LMP2 with a really great form and great race today, but unfortunately couldn't live up to the expectation towards the end, running off in P4. Longhorn Racing 2 in P5 and Blue Shell Racing, one of our only retirees in LMP2 in P6. And into your GT3 category, your biggest category here today as well. We have 2 Racing Team with the win. So congratulations to 2 Racing Team for their first victory. With Sim Racing PR in P2, 9 seconds behind 2 Racing Team, your closest margin of victory there. iRacing Sport 4, a fantastic comeback for them to finish in P3 after a disconnect and all sorts of troubles through the race. With Dog Bear Black in P4. Pro Motorsports ran out your top 5 with Team Breakfade in P6, Longhorn Racing P7, SimRacing.com goes to P8, Backpain and Ice Train Racing Team P9, Valhalla Motorsports finishing out the top 10, Wild Juice Racecraft, Penguin RC Simulation, Organisation, margin above average sim racers, and Tempest Sim Sport rounding out your GT3 finishers today. So, Tim, what was your thoughts on that race?
Wow. Just everything that you come to expect, really, from multi-class endurance. Absolutely crazy, mental racing, twists, turns, drama to the story. And, well, talking of twists and turns and drama and the story of their race, now joined by our winners here today of iRacing Sport, Archie and Oscar Coveney. Gentlemen, congratulations, first of all, on the victory. Those 2 penalties, I mean, thank goodness for yourselves for the short pit lane here at Motegi, because that's what really seems to save you here today.
Yeah, I definitely think there is an element of that. We've had it before where there's been a similar thing, but it's been on the Spa endurance layout, and it's just depending on the circuit, it can have a very different impact. But yeah, getting the 2 penalties, it wasn't ideal, and I should have learnt from Archie when I went in and had the exact same incident as he did. But it was just one of those, and it's easy to say anything with hindsight, but we managed to come through those and get through unscathed and managed to recover it for the win. But yeah, it was tough as a result of that. It really kept us on our toes.
I mean, we spoke in commentary, could lightning strike twice in the same place at the same, not at the same time, but with exactly the same incident? Lo and behold, it did. But just talk us through, those early stages of the race. Certainly, it was incredibly close between yourself and the Obsidian guys. Did you think you were in for a real tough race at the start?
Yeah, off the grid, we were pretty strong. I mean, it was very close in qualifying as well, and I felt like I had decent pace at the start of the stint compared to Obsidian, and I mean, I was starting to close up coming to the first round of traffic, and it was a bit of a shame that what happened because it could have been a very, very close fight, and it is a bit of a shame to have a crash like that so early in the race where it could have been a lot more interesting and close, but yeah, we took the penalty. It is a bit of a shame, but for Obsidian, but yeah. Very happy that we managed to kind of offset the drive-throughs we got.
Well, and having said that, lapped up everyone up into and including 3rd place, I believe, in the end. A really, really solid result. Just looking ahead to next round. Looking forward to it. Feel like you can spin another win on the bounce. Of course, it's your first win as well in the championship.
It is, and of course, the aim will be to maintain momentum with the final 2 rounds. I believe it's Spa next, or
Yes, I believe so.
So we'll just have to try and not get any penalties there. But yeah, obviously, it's Spa and then the Glen. So they're 2 tracks that we're more familiar with, but that'll go for everyone. So no doubt they will be 2 tough rounds. So still, I guess, all to play for, and we're going to give it our all, but they will be tough, no doubt.
Well, congratulations, victory here today for RDC Sport. That's Archie and Oscar Coveney. Owen, who have you managed to grab next?
I am going to grab in. Let me just have a look at the list of names that I have here as well.
They've sent it in, haven't they?
Yeah, there we are. Jose Correa as well for Two-Fire Racing Team, obviously being the winners of that category as well. And Jose, congratulations on the win. Obviously, great to see you guys at the top step of the podium. And yeah, tell us the race from your perspective.
Yeah, thanks. We actually came here without knowing much about how far from the pace we were, based on judging by qualifying. We weren't on the pace, so we had to manage. Mostly, our strategy was manage our tires, and then out of a sudden, the first 2, I think, first place and second place got into some trouble down the road, and then we managed to stay out of trouble, and that's I think how we got this.
Yeah, for sure. You guys were very consistent and very, knowledgeable with the strategy as well out there as well. And how was managing traffic out there? Because obviously there's a lot of moments where traffic was here, there, and everywhere, and everyone was going off with other places. How was it managing that in the car as well?
It has to be, I think, my most difficult race managing traffic I've been part. Thanks to my teammate who was spotting me, but it was, hey, right here, left here, and it never stopped.
Yeah, it was very hectic out there as well. But yeah, I mean, anything else that you can take from this round that you can put into Spa next? Obviously, you come with the win here, and is it something that obviously you want to put up with the win next time in Spa, but anything you've taken from this race and want to put it into Spa as well?
Yeah, for sure. Keep the momentum going, as keeping the win in place. But for sure, it's managing traffic and being patient. Sometimes there's some anger management. It's you shouldn't be passing here, but at the end of the run, it's you're only losing a second in a 3 hours race. So it will come back to you eventually.
Yeah, for sure. It's a good mentality to have and a good mindset for the next race as well. And yeah, wish you all the best for Spa, and hopefully the win streak can keep on coming for you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Was Jose Correa for Two-Fire Racing Team there, your winners in GT3. Tim, what else you got for us today?
Well, keeping on with the winning streak, I've got Pedro Sousa from Temper Sim Racing, so Sim Sport even. Pedro, talk us through your race. Flawless again, 4 wins from 4 in the championship. Can you keep this rich vein of form going?
Hello, good evening, everyone. Well, I hope so. That's what we're here for. Today we have a change of drivers because the 2 drivers that are competing in this championship couldn't make it this weekend. So I stepped in, did the quali. I didn't have that much practice and haven't been racing in a few months, but managed to qualify in first, and then have to keep all the wheels on track because it's a track where it's very difficult to overtake. First stint didn't have much luck with traffic, so we were all really close together. After the pit stops, I had a bit of a gap, and when it changed to Felipe, he just had to get to the end. Quite an advantage there.
Definitely. It worked out all okay for you in the end. And to talk about for the traffic and just trying to manage that. Everyone was quite close to you in the early stages. Did that worry you at all, or did you think you had enough pace just to carry yourself throughout the race?
To be honest, I was faster pretty much the whole track, but the last 2 or 3 corners I was quite slow. So the gap I could build most of the track, that I would lose it in the last corner. But yeah, since it's a track that it's difficult to overtake, I knew I had the advantage. but yeah, was fun having close racing altogether with the traffic. A bit tough with some LMDHs that seemed a little bit slower than us, but all worked out in the end.
Oh, definitely. Well, congratulations, stepping in for your teammates, carrying on their streak of victories, 4 wins from 4 season of Tempest Sim Sport. Owen, who's up next?
So I have Blake Reynolds here from Penguin RC Simulation as well. And yeah, Blake, of course, the leading Cadillac out there today in P2 so far. And yeah, congratulations on the P2 podium as well. And how is it out there from your perspective today?
Well, thank you. Yeah, I thought it was pretty... I wasn't expecting so few caddies, because everything I've done so far, everyone's raced the caddy because it's more fun, or, you know, I think, in general, it's just more fun to drive, and I didn't think it would be at a pace disadvantage. I get in here for practice, and all the beamers are so much faster than me. I'm like, uh-oh. But then as the race went on, rubber gets on the track got colder or warmer throughout the race, and the caddy just seemed to take it a lot better than the other beamers.
Yeah, for sure. That caddy obviously really harvesting most of its power through the collar attempts as well. And yeah, it's great to see you guys battling on the rear end of iRacing Sport as well. And how was it managing the strategy out there compared to them as well? Of course, they had their drive-throughs, and was that something you were hopeful to snatch the win off them today?
Yeah, but they were just really fast. And on top of that, they were getting a whole lap extra on fuel, which I need to figure out how to do that. These prototype pros, if you can call them that, are just insane. I don't know how they extract the pace with using so little fuel. So I got some homework to do there. But I had to do a splash. I was going to do my splash on the last stop, but I had to do it in the middle, because right after I got in the car and traded with Nate, the Obsidian car, I guess, got in the back of me when I was waiting on a GT car. And then I had some rear end damage, and I just went and took my splash, got my fast repair, and got back out there. So my last stop, I took tires and full fuel.
Yeah, it's good to see that you guys were right on there as well. And yeah, obviously strategy played a big game in there today, but a bigger thing that played into effect today was the traffic as well. And how was it managing that? A lot of drivers have said by far it was the worst for managing traffic here, but how is it from your perspective in the LMDH?
The worst? Ooh, I thought it was the best. This track's got nice straights. Honestly, like the apex speeds for GTP and the GT3 cars, it's better here than it was at like, I mean, it's better than like the Porsche curves at Le Mans, or when we went to Fuji. I thought this was just a pretty good combo, honestly. Just the straights, and you could pass dive bomb a GT car, wait for the acceleration, especially with my battery power I was able to have. But yeah, I thought it was a great race, honestly. And to come home P2, I was telling the guys in the waiting room, I didn't feel like I raced anybody all race. It was just kind of like I just appeared in the position I was in after a pit cycle. So a good race overall. Thanks to Penguin RC Simulation for sponsoring the series, sponsoring our car. Shout out to Naze, and I hear he's talking to a woman. Yes, shout out Brian Son and CMS and y'all for broadcasting. You guys do a great job.
I appreciate it, and yeah, best of luck for Spa as well. Any expectations for that, or are you just going in with hopes and dreams?
I'm hoping my caddy power will help me down the Kimmel Straight.
I am certain it will do as well. But yeah, great race today again, P2, which is good for your points as well, and wish you all the best for Spa next time out.
All right, thanks, Owen.
Thank you.
Well, next up, Owen, I've managed to grab a bit of a chat with ourselves. We talk about recovery drives and a half from iRacing Sport, James Holman. James, I mean, just talk us through a race. I mean, talk about going through the absolute mill in terms of emotions and, you know, from leading comfortably, obviously, you know, and then all of a sudden it just falls apart for you for no fault of your own.
Steve was unlucky there. He got a dropout, and yeah, it's frustrating, but we kept at it, and we got very lucky to get the podium at the end there with what happened with the guys. It was obviously not the way we wanted to get the podium, but it was a small reward anyway to keep sticking at it, and we were happy anyway with P4 from what happened. So nice to get a podium. Obviously, nice, but it's not nice the way we got it. So sorry for those lads, but yeah, it's good. Happy enough. It was a good race, and we just kept chucking away. Just could have done with another hour or two.
Yeah, just catch you another hour or two, and yeah, definitely might have been up there. I mean, well, what can we say other than that, really? I mean, looking ahead, next round, Spa. I mean, surely you've got to be looking to heading back to winning ways there, and well, all the power of Steve's internet not dropping out again.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's driving really well, and yeah, it's just a pleasure to really sort of piggyback on the back of Steve. He was doing all the hard work there, and to be honest, he was just setting me up for a nice, easy drive home. So yeah, it's one of those things, and hopefully Spa, if it's me in the second seat alongside, or second driver alongside Steve, hopefully we can get onto the top step of the podium.
Well, definitely, it's going to be absolutely fascinating to see. I've covered you guys for a couple of years now, and it's been fascinating to see your progress. That's all coming together and really showing into our true dominance. And well, congratulations on the recovery. Getting back onto the podium, it's James Holman for RD Sim Sport 4. Owen, who have you managed to grab?
I've managed to grab the We Too Fast Racing roster here, so I'm going to bring them all into here. And yeah, guys from the We Too Fast Racing car, of course, congratulations on the podium. Of course, second of the Cadillacs here, of the only two Cadillacs in this field, second on the podium as well, so congratulations. And how was the race from your perspective?
Thanks. Yeah, I think it went, considering the amount of preparation we put into this, pretty well, all things considered. A couple incidents that we would have preferred to have been avoided on, but such as racing, such as life. But Jack put in an awesome series of stints to build up that gap, for me to come in and have a little bit of padding after not really having raced for, I think, a little over a year. And then we had also Francois with us, our master strategist.
Yeah, it was good to see that you guys were on it with the strategy as well. We're looking at that throughout the race, and yeah, keeping the competition behind you with that as well. And how was managing the traffic as well? I've asked that question a lot because people have been saying it's the worst they've ever felt with traffic and stuff like that, and some people say it's the best. And yeah, how was it from your guys' perspective as well?
GT3 traffic wasn't terrible. The GT3 traffic's pretty easy. There's a lot of big braking zones, so it's basically just being very patient through like the S's and through that last corner, and then just making sure you know kind of where you can stick the nose in, where you can't. So at least the GT3s are fine. The LMP2 traffic's a little bit tougher just because it's one of those where they're pretty much the same pace other than out of corners, so you're pretty much stuck behind them until like a long straight. But I mean, once you get like right up on their bumper and you kind of get a run on them, you can just kind of stick the nose in and make a dive. Well, wasn't a dive, but you can make a move on them. So it wasn't terrible, I'd say. I think it's one of the harder tracks we've had to manage, but the braking zone's made up for it.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of fairly easier tracks to manage traffic, would be something like Spa, which obviously we're going there next round out. And how are you guys feeling for the next round of Spa?
We need to find some drivers, so.
Awkward question.
Everyone here is gonna be busy that weekend, but I think we have some guys to get in the car. So we'll hopefully they can scrape some people together, but those guys are pretty quick, so we'll see. Hopefully they can put it on the podium for us.
Yeah, and how was the obviously you guys being the BMW before, but how was the Cadillac this time around compared to the BMW? What was the reason for the switch?
It sounds good.
I see. It's a good reason. It's a good reason.
I think overall it's an easier car to drive out of the two. It's not as twitchy. You don't get that kind of twitchiness that the BMW does. I think consistency-wise, it's easier to drive. It's a lot more closer to how the LMP2 used to drive. So you can kind of set it up. You can get the brakes kind of to work in a way where you're not gonna handbrake turn some random moment. But yeah, I think overall the car just kind of feels more planted. It might be a little bit off pace compared to the BMWs, but I think overall.
But I think to the point that Jack made earlier, there's a slight advantage with the deployment of the battery on the Cadillac compared to the BMW, which might also lean towards the BMW maybe having like a raw faster pace. But I think over the long run, the Cadillac ends up being pretty darn competitive with the BMW.
Yeah, for sure. In these cool attempts as well, the Cadillac will always come into a better shape as it's done as well. And it's good to see you guys make the switch. It's good to see the Cadillacs out there. taking it to the BMWs as well, and good to see you guys on the podium. So, yeah, well done for this race, and hopefully we can see this form continue into the next few rounds.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Ciao.
So that was the We Too Fast Racing crew there. And yeah, Tim, what was, just final thoughts in the race so far, and final thoughts of the race overall leading to the next championship, the next round of the championship?
Well, following. I mean, delivered every stretch of the way, kept us on the tip of our toes, and, you know, clinging on for dear life. We've tried to keep up with absolutely everything. I mean, blown away, as always, by this league. No difference when I've covered it before in the past. Well, roll on Spa, I think is all we can say. And, well, I think that round things off nicely, doesn't it, Owen? Looking at the clock. Thank you very much for everyone joining us. Oh, no, sorry. Apologies, Owen. Let's have your thoughts as well. It's a good point. You think you experienced the last 3 hours of racing with me. Be rude not to.
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, it's what I expected from Motegi, a very technical chat that causes issues for people out there and causes strategy games and just a whole lot of things to do with endurance racing, really. And it's good to see that everyone's taking it their own way and enjoying traffic, not enjoying traffic, and figuring out their own strategies and that kind of jazz as well. So I think Spa will be a lot less hectic, but it'll be just as exciting as well. So hopefully we can see you guys there next time out for Spa. And yeah, I've enjoyed it very much.
Definitely. Well, that's all we've got time for this week in the latest round of Championship Motorsports iRTES. Thank you very much for joining us from Japan. Twin Rim Motegi. I've been Tim Cox with Owen Carroll and Samuli Kumo in the virtual production trailer. Well, we'll see you in the next round when the championship rolls into Spa. Goodbye.